All right, we are live again. Back with another video for you all. Give it a second here to let people kind of come on. As usual, I'm just going to quickly see here. One second, guys. If you can let me know if the sound's okay and everything's all good with that. Let's see. Yeah, so for today's video, we are going to be looking at vintage and talking about investing in vintage, and is sharing my thoughts on what that means. Yesterday we had a conversation about investing in modern, and had some people on to share their opinions and perspectives. I want to do the same thing today. People are out there in the chat. Feel free to send me a message on Instagram or Discord if you want to come on. And I can send a link. Let me just fix this. I'm hoping my chat works today. It did not work last time, which made things difficult. I kept having to like refresh the whole window in order for the so that I could read the new comments. So hopefully don't have that issue today, but we'll have to see how it goes. Let's see. So yeah, anyone who is here, as I try to pull this back up, if you are interested in coming on, let me know and I'll try to get an invite to you. So first thing I want to say, similar to sort of yesterday, is that, there's this whole conversation of what is modern, what is vintage. There's sort of the saying that S.M. Pratt, came up with, older, rare, minter, better, including older there, starting with older, mainly because I think it sounds good, not because it's the most important or anything like that, but, and sort of the idea or the concept that maybe vintage Pokemon, Wizards of the Coast Pokemon, and for the sake of this conversation, let's take anything X and Y newer. Let's just say that. Let's say that Black and White, Diamond and Pearl, sort of middle era, kind of vintagey, kind of in the middle, and let's say original Nintendo EX, and particularly Wizards of the Coast is vintage when we talk about vintage. So I think that absolutely there is always potential for narratives to shift and to change and to affect the market one way or another. And so do I think that there was a narrative in Pokemon that was maybe a bit overly negative or overly unfair to modern cards in general, and that only the oldest stuff or the Wizards of the Coast stuff or the original 151 Pokemon would be popular? I do think that there is that narrative. There has been that narrative to some extent. I also think that there's also a lot of really good fundamentals in the original 151 Pokemon, in the Wizards of the Coast era, in certain items, in, vintage Japanese unique niche cards that modern, at least right now, does not have, and in some cases could never possibly have, i.e. being the first of something. When we look at hobbies, generally speaking, across the board, unless there's extreme differences in rarity, generally speaking, your original, your first print, your first edition, is going to do the best. Now, it's nothing is ever that simple. Okay. That's just one factor. There's many factors to think about. And when we think about supply and demand, which is all this channel tries to talk about, every era within that sort of supply and demand concept. Trying to predict demand long term is a difficult thing. And I hear people say things like, vintage is just, everyone just loves vintage and will always love vintage more, these types of things. And I don't think that is guaranteed at all. I think that there's going to be periods where there are going to be new cards and new eras that I think are really popular and do really well with people and connect with people and the collector base. And then there are going to be periods or eras, whether it's the Pokemon designs, whether it's the amount of influencers in the space, or the amount, or the art style, or the rarity, or the amount of product that's printed. So many factors can create an era that's less popular. So I think one thing we can say is that Wizards of the Coast, the original 151 era, and these original sets was extremely popular with a generation. And it was extremely popular with a generation of people who have the deepest pockets, who are coming back into Pokemon and rediscovering Pokemon, right? But with that has come very high prices on a lot of things. And it's this whole sort of like, I talk to some people in my Discord and elsewhere who are very bullish on Wizards of the Coast and vintage still, and still think that things should 10x or 20x. And they believe that modern will not go up at all, but vintage is going to continue, going up, or is going to even like astronomically go up as compared to that. And the truth is I can see arguments on both sides. And I know that that can be frustrating for some people out there who just want someone to tell them exactly what's going to happen in the future. But I really, because a lot of these vintage set cards, when we talk about all of the Wizards of the Coast set cards, when we talk about all of the, let's start with that. When you have a Crystal Charizard or a Shining Charizard selling for $15,000 in PSA 10, and there are a few hundred of those Shining cards graded. Sorry, let me close this. I think that's pretty expensive, given the amount of money right now, how old this hobby is, how established this hobby is. And to think that that's going to continue going up, consistently, feels just highly, highly speculative and based, to be completely honest, on nothing. Like, outside of maybe just, the one thing you can do is you can compare it to the sports card market. You can compare it to some of these bigger markets, and you can say, well, these are some of the key Charizards in Pokemon. There are only a few hundred of them graded in PSA 10. And when we look at basketball, we can see basketball cards. There are tons of 1 of 1s, 1 of 10s, even 1 of 100s probably. And then certainly just kind of older rookie cards that are rarer, a lot more difficult to get in really high grade, going for more than that, many, many more than that. And because of that, it leaves room for these vintage cards to potentially grow in the future. And these $15,000 cards could be 25,000, 30,000, 100,000 in the future. Okay. It's possible, but it makes me extremely nervous that people would be buying these items because they're banking on that, or they really think that that's going to happen. They feel very confident. I think this market is very different than it was a few years ago. When I was buying aggressively these types of cards, I was getting them at so much cheaper valuations that I knew that I could probably own almost all of them eventually if I kept buying them, certain cards over a long period of time. And I planned on collecting for the rest of my life, off and on and fairly consistently. So when I see something like that and I see how huge the Pokemon franchise is, it made me very bullish. And at some of those lower price points, I just saw a ton of upside. I think that there's still potentially upside in these cards as I said, when you look at some of the prices, like there are plenty of $1 million set sports cards, right? That a lot of them are serialized, 1 of 1, 1 of 10 type cards, logo men of, the key rookies of all time, right? These extremely rare cards. But when we get into sort of the, $10,000 to $50,000 range, there are so many more cards that would fit that bill from the sports card hobby or just even basketball as compared to Pokemon, which shows that if Pokemon could somehow, eat into that sports card group or close the gap somehow, there could still be room to grow. Or maybe there's just room to grow in all of these hobbies and they all continue to grow. And we think that multiple generations, we think that our generation right now is the most into cards. And we think that the generation, the next generation and the generation after that are going to be even more into cards or equally into cards. And so you're going to have multiple generations all collecting this stuff, all enjoying it at once. It's not impossible. It's just not worth the risk financially on cards like that at all, in my opinion. If you are primarily investing in these things to make money. Now, again, at the end of the day, right, part of why, so I love market stuff, right? Why I do this channel. I love talking about the market. I love talking about, our different narratives and our different theories about what's going to happen. And I love trying to make, smart financial purchases or good financial purchases that do well over time, or, trying to make my money go as far as it can. But at the end of the day, like, I just want to own these cards because I really enjoy this. I enjoy collecting, and life is just not all about money at the end of the day. And it can be fun to talk about money and fun to talk about the market and the financials of all of it. Now, when we talk about cards that are more, and this is just giving you guys my straightforward, honest opinion. When we talk about cards that are more, and again, I own all these cards, but I also own all the modern cards I talked about in the last video. I talk negatively about everything. I'm equally negative across the board. And really the way I view myself is not negative. It's just being accurately aware of the risk and not in the mania, and not losing sight of how unpredictable pop culture collectibles can be in the long run. And understanding how expensive things have already gotten and how much harder it is for them to continue to go up on a percentage basis. But when we talk about like first appearances of really popular Pokemon from some of these like Jungle first edition, when some of these cards in PSA 9 or even PSA 10, and in CGC 8.5s and 9s, like I've been able to pick up some of these cards for like 30, 40, 50, 100, $200. Obviously your T1s are going to be all above 1,000 in PSA 10. And there are plenty of them that are going for, 2, 3, 4,000 right now, depending on the specific card we're talking about, outside of first edition base, which is going to be, even more, way more than that for the key cards from that set. But there's a whole range. Like you can buy WotC first edition holos right now, particularly like CGC 8.5s or CGC 8s, or even some PSA 9s that come up in auction. You can grab them for $50 to $150, the majority of them in 9 right now. At least 50%, I'm going to say, because I'm thinking through the ones that wouldn't fall into that category. And particularly if you're getting them in CGC 8.5 is what I will say. I mean, I even bought a Snorlax 8.5, which is, the most expensive one from Jungle, I think for, I want to say it was like 130, 120, when the 9, I think is probably going for I don't know what it's going for right now, guys. And again, I can't see the chat, but it could be, maybe it's going for 300, 400, somewhere in there, maybe, a decent 9 right now. I'm not sure. You'd have to look that up, but these prices are still moving quite a bit all over the place. But the point is that on those cards, I see quite a bit of value, but the hard part of all of that, and potential to move up. Now, I do not think these are good investments. I don't think any of these cards are good investments. I don't think any of these cards, for the risk that you are taking, it makes more sense to put a bunch of money into that than into some smart real estate property or some for me, the stock market. Okay. Just due to liquidity issues, due to the danger of price manipulation, of influencers coming in and out, affecting the hobby. There's so much risk. Now, why I do it is fundamentally because I can afford it and I can afford to lose the money that I'm putting into it. And I love these cards so much and I love them. Okay. And they make me really happy. And now I had a completely different attitude when I was buying these PSA 10s for $50, $60, and some of these PSA 9s for like $15 to $20. I could not believe how cheap they were. And it does not surprise me at all that they've 10x'd in value. It's just surprised me the how quickly it happened. I was expecting it to happen over a long period of time. Now, it also would not have surprised me if just for some reason it never catched on, because pop culture collectibles is just hard to know what's going to catch on. And we'll never know if it would have ever caught on in this huge of a way if it wasn't for the pandemic and it wasn't for Logan Paul and other influencers continuing to be in the hobby and all these businesses putting money and building infrastructure. We just won't ever know the answer to that. That has just brought on so much growth that it's hard to imagine it ever completely reversing or ever completely going back to where it is, or at least anytime soon in terms of prices. There's so many more people who really love this stuff, who are really interested. I think one thing that, some people who watch this channel might, not understand about me is that, there are opportunities to buy from vintage to modern, particularly if you are buying well under market. But there's also so many cards that I think are overvalued across the board still, that I don't really understand the value of, that are extremely expensive. Okay. So, and I think everyone out there, just, I guess if I could encourage anything, it would just be understanding the downside, understanding the risk, and making sure that you make smart decisions for yourself so that you enjoy this. I do think fundamentally this is a hobby, and it's a hobby where you can speculate and have a side business and make money for the vast majority of people. I do not think it's going to be a good time for most people to view this primarily as an investment vehicle. Now some people can do that and may be successful, at it. But that's my personal opinion. And if you had asked me that 3 to 4 years ago, I would have given you a different answer. I would have said that I think that there is actual really tremendous upside. I don't know if it will ever happen, but now that it's grown so much, again, I'm repeating myself here. I just want to make it clear, I just don't think the risk reward makes as much sense, for pure investment. Now, do I think these items could go up in value? Do I understand why people are paying, these high prices for these items? Absolutely. And I do think that if more and more collectors, if these items go into more and more collectors' hands, and if there's just more and more money in the hobby of people who, like me, and normal people with normal jobs. Okay. And I know I don't have a normal collection, but I make a normal income. Okay. And so, people who just normal people, who are making normal incomes and who can afford to buy, a card once in a while, if they're not flipping or selling anything. right? I mean, part of the reason I'm able to buy so much is because I've sold so much in the past and because I made so much money off my collection, was able to sell, right? Like I wouldn't just be able to like buy as much as I'm buying purely from just my my just standard income from my job. So I think that if more of us can grow our net worths, become more comfortable, and over time give people a chance to like afford more of these cards over time, each person affording a couple of these cards. If there's only 100 or 200 of a lot of these in the world, do I think that 100 or 200 people, normal people, not like super investor stonker speculators, but just people who love this stuff, who have some money or in a decent financial position and can afford it, I think that can happen. Okay. I'm a little surprised at how fast it happened, and I'm extremely surprised at how fast it happened. And it worries me, anyone who thinks that it's going to like continue to grow from here. We're going to see continue, substantial growth from here, and is like counting on that or banking on that. And I just really, really want to make that clear for every person in my Patreon and my Discord who just watches this channel. So, I in vintage, I tend to buy a lot of what I think are undervalued, somewhat lower priced items and very niche items, very niche, rare trophy type items. And, there's a lot of strong opinions on trophies, and there's, and Squeaks has shared a number of times, right, opinions about how, and I should check the chat because, I don't know who's watching right now, but I do want to bring people on to talk about this discussion, just like, because I think it's a really good discussion, just like we did before. Somewhat lower priced items and very niche items, very niche. Let's see here, rare. So like Squeaks or anyone from yesterday or anyone else who's different and wants to come on, just send me an Instagram message, talk about this. But yeah, I do think like I like, for example, let me just show you some examples. I know I don't talk a lot about specific cards. Okay. Like these are some cards that I picked up, recently in PWCC, these types of cards. So this is a Japanese, Magma versus Aqua, one of the EX series hollows in PSA 9. I think I probably paid somewhere between $20 and $25 for this, already graded. Do I think that I'm going to get rich off of this card? Absolutely not. Okay. Do I think this card could be a $200 card in 10 years? It's possible. That would be amazing. That would be very surprising to me if it became that expensive. Now, one thing that could happen with a card like this is cards like this, and people don't really know this, not everyone knows stuff like this. So let me share a little bit of info, which I've talked about on the channel before, but cards like this is not a first edition version of this card. This is an unlimited version. And so the number of these cards that are graded, I don't have offhand, but there's a lot of these cards that have 0 in the 10 and only like 1 or 2 9s graded when we're talking about unlimited Japanese hollows. And that's because on the Japanese side, when they printed these sets, they did a first edition printing that, generally speaking, was big enough or close to big enough for the demand at the time, and so they didn't have the need to then do unlimited printings or a lot of unlimited printings like they would have done on the English, like Wizards of the Coast side. Okay, so nobody knows exactly how much of the unlimited exists versus the first edition, but there's some niche things like that. So when I see this card, which, and I forget which one it is, I bought a ton of them. I have hundreds of these, and I have a lot of them in PSA 10, right? And a lot of these I've graded myself. Okay. And when I'm putting, like, whether I'm buying the card raw and grading it myself, and I'm putting like $10 into it or $5 to $10 into it, because I only grade when it goes down to $10, or I'm buying like the whole card at, $25 or something like that. I look at these and I think, okay, there are some scenarios like Pokemon could explode again, or become even more popular or just consistently build in popularity, people might get more interested in Japanese over time. There might be more of the masses who eventually learn about some of these unlimited Japanese, and they may, like, this card, it's not a PSA, it's a PSA 9, it's not, but if it was a 10, maybe this card sells for $1,000 someday because I have the only one in the world. Like, I have a number of my cards in my collection are, sub pop 5, because I have a lot of, and when we talk into like the middle generation, I have like I have the only completed, like I have the highest completed set of the the only what's it called? I'm trying to remember the name of the Pokemon. In the Diamond and Pearl era, there and for people who know the English, there were the reverse, like, secret rares, which were like baby shiny Pokemon. On the Japanese side, it looks a little bit different. They have like a star hollow pattern instead of a reverse foil pattern. And I have like a bunch of those in 10s, and like the only ones, because I just went after them because I really liked them. They're super, super niche. Not a lot of people are asking after those, going after them, but they're extremely low pop. And it's very unlikely that the pop's going to get a lot bigger on them because they're just very difficult cards to grade, very hard to find that sealed product. And, they're not the easiest cards to pull. And when they come out of the pack, they're generally very beat up. And I can buy these cards, these cards and those cards, I was buying and getting for very cheap amounts. Okay. And so there's very little downside on something like that, in my opinion. And there is quite a bit of upside. But when I buy this stuff, I'm also thinking, like, I just love this stuff. I don't care. I don't need to ever sell this. I can afford $25. I can afford, purchasing these really sweet cards. And, for me, would I rather own like a completed set of I'll just be completely honest with you guys, of a bunch of like amazing vintage, again, they're amazing to me. It's very subjective, right? But vintage hollows from an era like this, or one like Umbreon VMAX alt art when we, in PSA 10, when again, every single one of those grades PSA 10, whereas these, there's only 3 total in the pop, right? Now, I'm not saying that the Umbreon isn't going to be a better investment. It might be, because there's so much more popularity, demand, interest. I think in terms of momentum investing in the short run, you might very well see that. Now, I will tell you that part of how I made, my Pokemon fortune or whatever was because I did this type of thing. And I was one of the only people doing it with Topsu and with Cardass, with the Level X, with the black and white. And I saw just there's very little downside on these items, and they were very, very rare and hard to find. And there was quite a bit of upside. And then I saw things that I bought for $5, $10. I could then sell for $5,000 because I'd buy it raw. I would grade it. I'd have the only 10 in the world, or one of only 3 or 4 10s in the world. And then during the boom, was able to then sell that card for $5,000 because now there were people wanting those really low pop cards. So that's how I view this stuff on vintage. The other things that I really like are, I've talked about them before, but I really like, there are a number of trophy cards that I really like, that I still like. I don't like talking about specifics because in very niche cards, like, people listen to me, right? And like, I don't want to say this card and then cause it to go up, or say this is the good one. And I also don't want to have other people, I don't want to bid myself up, on certain items that I think have still really good investment potential. But again, I would never buy a single trophy card. I'd never buy a single card in this entire hobby if you didn't absolutely love it and really enjoy it. Okay. That's my personal opinion. I don't think it's worth your time or energy to be here if this is primarily financial. And I understand that, like, sometimes things start passion and then it turns full business, and then you're kind of like, you own an LGS store and you're just not interested in cards anymore, and it's become a complete business. I just don't think that makes sense, because I think that there are other things that you could do with your time, with your energy, that would be better. And so I just want to be very clear for everyone that I don't think that there's anything in Pokemon that I feel somehow escapes that at this point in history. I don't feel bullish enough on anything. I don't feel optimistic enough on anything that I think it makes sense to buy it if you don't like it, if you don't really enjoy it, and I felt that way since things started to go up. All right. Let's see here. So give me one second. Again, the chat's not working. Let me refresh it. So I have someone saying here that Jake has sounded much more optimistic in previous videos. So I think what's difficult is that I've used the word hopeful a lot. I'm very bullish on the possibility, on the hopeful potential. Are there some days, are there some moments when I was feeling really optimistic about $15,000 to $25,000 Charizards going to 100 to 200,000? No, I've never felt that way. I never would feel optimistic on that. Now, would I feel optimistic that there'd be a decent chance that it could double, in the next 10 to 20 years? Possibly. Do I think that there is a chance that it could 10x? Sure, I do. I think those cards could be, it would be really hard for me to see those cards ever going over like 100 grand or something like that, just given, but listen, anything's possible, I suppose. I really like some of these rarer trophy cards to reach the $1 million, to reach the $500,000, to reach the $2 million someday, because there are only 6 in the world. There are only 6 copies. There are only 12 copies. There are only 20 copies. There are only 40, 50 copies. I way prefer that rarity to see that sort of extreme growth over time than I prefer any set card. Okay. So, now, again, that being said, if you're buying, like I bought a Jolteon PSA 10 first edition jungle, I just bring that one up because it's just, I bought a lot of things, but it's just one that I've already talked about. So I'm not saying new things I haven't talked about before. I bought that at 1,400, I think, something like that. And do I think at $1,400, the first ever jungle card, the first ever Jolteon, which I think is such an iconic, awesome Pokemon. I think that's a great art from like the second or third most important set of all time, arguably. Like even if there are 500 of those someday, do I think that could get to like $5,000, $10,000? Absolutely. I do. Do I think it will happen? Do I think it's worth betting on that or putting money that's really important to sort of your financial future, your financial growth into something like that? I absolutely don't. It's just the honest truth. So I really want people to be buying these things, in my personal opinion, because you love it, because you enjoy it. And I've said this a number of times. If my collection just retained its value forever, I would be happy. Like if it didn't go up a lot, but it just like was steady and retained it. And maybe some things went up because I think some things are really crazy undervalued, a little bit. Like some of these PSA 9, like first edition WotC hollows right now, I do think it's silly that I can pick something. I think I just picked up a CGC 9 for like $35. I think that's silly, really crazy when you think about how expensive the packs are, how difficult that card is to pull. And we're talking about you could spend $10,000 trying to pull and grade that card yourself, and you can pick it up for $35, and it's one of the original WotC. Like I just think that's crazy. But some of these more expensive ones, I just wouldn't be banking on anything. Now, if we look at other hobbies and we think that, and as Squeaks mentioned last time, maybe some scenario where the top, 1 to 5% of this hobby, which might include a lot of these cards and likely would, that we've just talked about, those may be the ones that if Pokemon continues to do really well, that do survive. And maybe that Umbreon VMAX is also one of those cards, right? There are a few cards from each era. There are a few items from each era that really do grow over time, or maybe even do better than the S&P 500 long time, or these types of things. I just don't know. So just, full candidness. I am buying. I am buying. I love this stuff. I'm collecting. When I can get really, I'm always looking for good deals. I'm always trying to be up on the financial stuff. So I'm buying things, I think, at the best possible time. Now I'm also much more bullish now than I was at the height of the mania. And I stand behind everything I've said on this channel in terms of like and I've been right that December, when I made those videos, like now is the best time to buy we've had in a couple of years. Not only was that an obvious point to make because the last couple of years we were in a mania and now we weren't, in my opinion, but like that's proven to be right. Like if you had bought, like a lot of things are up slightly, or at least that was the bottom on the majority of things at the moment. Now it could definitely go down further, and you know, I've no way to predict that or not, but I stand behind that. That was my opinion, was, you know, but again, not instead of putting money into stocks, not instead of putting money into, you know, safer long-term investments, but more, if you really like this stuff, if you want to be in this stuff and you believe in this stuff and you believe in this market long-term, now feels like a good time because there's a lot of pessimism, there's a lot of fear. And I think that, you know, the pessimism and the fear that like the market's going to collapse and all the value is just going to disappear from the market is to me, it's possible, but it's like a 5% chance that something like that happens. Just like I would say it's a 5% chance that like it 10x's again in the next 5 years. Like I would put equal chances, right? I think the most likely scenario is that we may never see another huge spike and huge crazy growth period where like the whole hobby and things that are even common, like something like evolutions or plenty of modern stuff, or like unlimited you know, or first edition commons and uncommons, like the starters, like things that, you know, unlimited starters, like how the, you know, the jungle Eevee first editions getting to $1,000, like to see that type of growth on something that's so common, I don't expect that to happen again. I also don't expect people to be blunt, that naive again, to be that not understanding of the market, to be kind of pushed into it, frankly, by influencers. And you guys know how much I feel like basically all of the top influencers in this hobby, to some extent, one or, you know, to some extent or another, really should have come out and warned people about how many of those vintage cards were actually out there. And, you know, and that could have saved quite a bit of pain. But let's see. Let's see what else we got here. I do think so. So a couple of other things about vintage we haven't talked about. So vintage tens, like low pop tens, low pop nines, makes so much more sense to me than modern tens right now. Okay. So here are some examples of like modern. I would be focusing, generally speaking, on buying raw. Vintage, generally speaking, but again, you have to apply, and this is why the hobby is so broad, you have to apply your critical thinking skills here. Generally speaking, there's going to be quite a bit more value in buying a lot of that already graded stuff, you know, opening packs to try to grade these cards yourself, going off of TCG Player, buying large collections and trying to hit good cards. Like if you can get those large collections at really low values, and you can, and there's some really good hitters in there that even if they grade like 7s and 8s and 9s, like are still going to do well, like go for it. But like there's real good value, in my opinion, in some vintage slabs. Okay. And I'll be completely honest with everyone out there. I think vintage slabs have been historically were the sort of the most undervalued, particularly the low pop ones. And they've done the best. And I expect them to probably continue to do the best, outside of some. Again, it's so hard to talk about everything in general, you know, because I'm thinking of examples of things that have just gone up so much that it's like, you know, it's like when I know my friend, someone, you know, is paying like $20,000 for like an Expedition Doug trio just because they're like PSA, there are only like 9 of them graded. Like, it's like, I don't know, like that I would not expect to like ever go up in value from 20,000. That just seems like a lot of money unless you have completionists who are just like willing to pay more and more. I would never, under any circumstance, ever buy that card for $20,000. I'd much rather just have a complete PSA 10 set with 1/9. I'm not that OCD of a collector that I need all 10s, that I would ever pay up that much for a 10. I would have to have like hundreds of millions of dollars to do that. And, so in my opinion, the best 10s and the best high graded cards to buy in the hobby are the cards that are super popular, super desirable, and I will say have been desirable for a long time. Okay, because the longer something has been desirable, the more sure you're probably it's going to be continued to be desired. Okay, and that doesn't mean that brand new modern cards aren't going to eventually become very desirable and stand the test of time, but we don't know. It's harder to predict. Okay, hopefully that makes sense to people. But I would focus in on buying your PSA 10, first edition key cards of vintage sets that have low pops and that are very difficult to grade when the sealed product is very, very expensive. Okay. In set cards, gold stars are a fantastic example of that, in my opinion. E-series, Neo. When I sold the majority of my collection, over the last 2 years, now I've rebought, a significant, portion of it. But when I sold it, I did not sell any of my PSA 10 gold stars or my higher end gold stars. I didn't sell any of my PSA 10 E-series low pop stuff. I sold a little bit of my level X's, my PSA 10 stuff, but I've held a decent chunk, and I've sold a little bit of some of my base jungle fossil. I sold all my unlimited. And that is because I was expecting everything to go down, but I was expecting some of those sets to be hit like down like 90%, some of the more common stuff, and then some of the rare stuff to only go down 30 to 40%, and then experience more of like a K-shaped recovery, where in the long run, those items I think have the best chance to like recover, one, and two, it can be very hard to find and buy those items as a collector, which is part of why they become so valuable. So for example, if I really want that item, if this is one of my favorite Pokemon cards and I really wanted it in a 10, the last sold might be $1,000. But if I really want it, one may not come on the market again for like years, unless I go out there and make a much higher offer than $1,000, which is how these cards actually go up in value in a non-stonky way, in a way that's being driven by collector interest, not by someone buying it to then flip it to make money. There's still a lot of investors in this market. And there's nothing bad about investors or people who think primarily as investors and not as collectors. But you have to understand that they are causing, unless they stay forever or the same amount of investors stay forever, they can cause temporary price surges on things. So generally, items that are not being bought up to then flip at a later date for higher, but are being bought up for collections, are going to be items that go up and that do well in the long run. Okay, so trying to figure that out. So, that's my general thoughts on that sort of thing. It's why during the height, I was telling people, I was very honest. I was saying, I would buy nothing. I don't think I would buy anything except for maybe a few trophy cards that I'm looking at. But if you are going to buy stuff, buy that, premium vintage, PSA 10 first edition WotC type stuff, particularly stuff that has not gone up in an insane amount, right? So there were some items. And this is why, in Patreon, right, I went through and we go through how every single item has performed and what percentage each, PSA 10, PSA 9 went up and each set went up, during the boom, to try and see, okay, well, this, Neo Genesis has gone up 20 times in value. This Lugia has gone up 30 times in value. Maybe that's a little risky to purchase that. But this other one, has only gone up, like the Jolteon I had liked because it's such a key Pokemon. And at that $1,400 price, we're only talking about it going up like 3 times in value, despite other cards going up 10 times in value, even though it's one of the key cards from that set. It's one of the lower-ish pops from that set. We're talking, 130-ish. Probably it's up to 140, could even be 150 now, but we're talking fairly low pop PSA 10 situations. So it's hopefully using those examples, people can see how I think, see how I navigate that sort of stuff, see how I make those decisions. Now, I think over time that will serve you well, and you will get burned, much less. Let me check my Instagram to see if anyone wants to come on. Let's see. Yeah, we got some people who might want to come on a bit later, but they can't jump on right now. Let's see what people are saying in the chat a little bit. Okay. Sure, we're getting some interesting conversation. Tacky Ori Lab says, your opinion is always it can go up, it can go down. Who knows? I think that what leads to the thing of lack of transparency. So lack of transparency. So I think, to be quite frank, I think I'm extremely transparent with what I know and what I don't know and how I've been successful, how I've not been successful. So I think that, to be honest, like it's a little nuanced, right? And everything I'm doing has risk. And when I say risk means that I don't know what's going to happen. And the less I feel certain about something, the more risk I'm taking on. That's what when I say risk a lot, that's what I mean by that, right? And so I might think 40%, I have 40% confidence that this will go up or stay about where it's at. I have 40% of me feels like it might go down. Okay. 10% of it, 5% of me feels like it might soar, 5%, might crash. And good investors are kind of doing the math on all of that. So the higher the risk, the more upside I want. And so if I think something only has a 50% chance of going up, then I want considerable upside. Whereas if I feel like something's very, very confident that it's going to be successful and go up, then maybe I'd be more comfortable with a lower percentage return per year. Right. And so what people call fence sitting, to be completely blunt with everyone, is actually just being reasonable and moderate and actually saying things, in my opinion, that you can know and can't know. So it worries me that people hear that as like not saying anything, when in fact I'm actually saying a lot of things. This is a very true thing about life, is that the more you know, the more you realize that you can't actually know anything for certain, or everything is more about probability rather than certainty. So in investing and in life in general, it's about the probability of something happening, right? And this is really true for everything. The probability of you liking a job, the probability of your relationships working out, the probability of a new friendship, the probability of you enjoying a meal, like you could put probability on everything in life. It's part of why strong opinions are often, not always, but are often somewhat foolish, if we're really being honest, because in most cases, the world is not very black and white. And there's a lot more nuance in things, and it's a lot more unclear what's going to happen. And so it is unfortunate sometimes that, and I get it that people search for very, like, you want me as like a Pokemon expert or someone who's, been successful in this financially and has done it, and has looked at the numbers so intensely to be able to, like, well, I've looked at all the numbers, I've crunched it all, and here's what you should do, and it will definitely work. I'm just telling you what I'm doing and why I'm doing it. Okay. Why I'm buying the cards that I'm buying, why I didn't buy the cards that I didn't buy. And, I'm not going to tell everything because, one, I don't want to impact the market on certain items. And two, it's just not fair to myself, like, to just I'm still trying to buy things, and it puts myself at such a competitive disadvantage. So everyone out there gets to like keep their smart plays and what they notice and all their narratives, but I have to like constantly tell them. And so people, constantly learn and gain from me, but I, don't from everyone else. Now what I don't do is lie. Okay. What I don't do is misrepresent what I'm doing. And what I don't do is make it seem like I'm doing something that I'm not. What I might do is like omit the exact card I'm buying, but I will describe the types of cards, the types of eras, the types of things I look for. And, I think that's been very helpful for a lot of people. So I will continue trying to find that balance there. Chicken KSI says, my idea is that the vintage is like the S&P. Pick the top 20 most expensive vintage cards they'll likely appreciate. Modern cards are like high growth tech stocks. So what I would say about that is that I think that the top cards in Pokemon can shift and change a lot more easily, particularly in a hobby that has not been established for that long, and particularly on cards that we've seen fluctuate in popularity. All right. So a card like base set first edition Charizard, which I don't think, we could say maybe Gary has pushed that card a little bit, or there have been some influencers who have like pushed the value of that card over the years here and there. The reality is that at the end of the day, like Gary wasn't talking to me when I was a kid, and I knew that Charizard was the best one and everyone wanted Charizard, so even if there have been influencers who have, unintentionally, I would say, I don't think Gary's out there shilling anything, but unintentionally, increasing the value of certain items by showing them a lot, by talking about them, by putting dollar bills next to them, these types of things. There was already just an inherent popularity in a fire-breathing Draken that had an 120 attack, and that had like the card art had fire in it and was kind of like more intense and ferocious, and it was just a winner, right? Now there are other trophy cards that I do not understand the value, and I've talked about it. They're not that rare. They don't have that popular Pokemon on them. They're not hollow. They have reprinted arts, right? Like I'm very like those. Even if those are in the top 100 of most expensive cards, like I have no confidence in them, and if we look at the S&P 500 guys, right? Like in the 80s, 90s, like every 10, 20, 30 years, a number of companies can cycle in and out. It's not like it's the same, even in multinational companies, even though I think those companies have quite more of a moat, which means really it's just competitive advantage. Often the biggest companies, the most successful companies are able to stay at the top the longest because they just have more money, more brand recognition, a better management, more resources. They can buy out the competition, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. In Pokemon, it's more about like what influencers are talking about, what people just kind of like and then get bored of and then move on from. It's just much harder, particularly in a newer hobby, to predict demand really, really long term. So if you could somehow, say these are going to be the 10 most expensive and the most popular going forward, go for it. I'm a little bit more like, I like some of the less popular, more niche stuff that I don't think people know about, but has excellent rarity and I think a really cool story. Betting on the fact that I think that those items are much more undervalued than some of the items that get the most attention. Now, it's difficult because, like, on the one hand, you can have someone like Logan Paul who will buy a card for so much more probably than anyone else is willing to pay for it at the time, give it a lot of attention, bring some other influencers, some sports fans, some other people, maybe they buy it too. And they've all kind of chosen and created a really high value for a card, and it's a free market, but because they're all such public figures, because sales can be so public, and because those sales can be put out everywhere, that creates a narrative, creates, a price point, price inertia, a story of a card, a history of a card. Like when we talk about the Pikachu Illustrator, I definitely don't understand as a collector why the Pikachu Illustrator is so much more expensive than a lot of other cards, right? Other than the fact that people just say, and notable experts from influencers to other people, that it's the best and it's the one you should desire, these types of things. Like, it's not the rarest. It does have very cool art. It is very rare. In my opinion, it should be one of the most expensive cards in the entire hobby, one of the most coveted. But should it be 6 million or 5 million for the only PSA 10 when there are other trophy cards where maybe there are only 6 copies total, and if there was a PSA 10 version of that card, it would sell for like $10,000, $15,000. One is 15,000, one is 5 million. It doesn't make sense to me. But again, you're going to see this stuff in lots of hobbies, right? There are probably tons of people in sports who are like, I don't understand why people want the Honus Wagner just because it's super rare. it's ugly or it's weird and it's old and I don't get it. And it's who cares about Honus Wagner, right? I mean, hobbies like this are made up of narratives and made up of like consensus and consensus points. And when you have like the leaders of the hobby come together and agree upon something and talk about something a lot, it's a lot more likely to happen. And now what's really good though is the something having the fundamentals to actually back it up. And those fundamentals, the most objective of all is just rarity, just the number of them that there are. And that's the only one that can't be debated. The coolness of the art can be debated. The coolness of the story, the importance of the history can be debated. The importance of the card in terms of the price points it's reached and how much, everything else, can be somewhat debatable. I think that there are rational points to make and irrational points to make. I think that reprinted arts, non-hollows, and historically slightly less popular Pokemon than something like a Pikachu, it would make sense that card wouldn't be as valuable because in all other cases, generally speaking, hollows, non-reprinted arts, and these types of things have done better. But at the end of the day, it's a free and open market. People are just going to spend the money the way that they're going to, and these irrationalities, we can call them, can last a really, really long time. But they can also, to the point that I was making, shift very suddenly and be very unpredictable. And that's where this I'm just going to buy the best of the best and hold it becomes risky and, more risky, I would argue, due to the lack of moats that these items have as compared to certain multinational companies that you might buy into. Let's see, but it's a great point, Chicken, and it's a great conversation. Megastar says grading only matters for vintage cards. So I would say that, again, it's no, that, I mean, it depends what you mean by vintage. Like there are certain modern cards, there are certain promos, there are certain rarer cards, there's going to be certain Japanese cards. There's probably even going to be certain alt arts that are more difficult to grade. We're going to find out over time where it does make sense to grade the 10s, where people do really want the 10s. And I still think that people who really love that Umbreon VMAX, they want it graded and they want it in a 10. I just don't think it's worth the premium. And so we can be a little extreme when we say like nothing is worth grading versus it's all depends on the price point. And, should it be worth like 5 times? Probably not. I mean, I think that's ridiculous, but should it be worth double? Maybe, because even though you might likely get the 10, there's some chance you're going to get the 9 and you're going to have to send it in and it's going to take a whole, could take many months and you're paying $50 to $100 depending on the, it's like you get more into like, probably still shouldn't be like, I wouldn't, but like it starts to be a little more understandable why people would buy it at that difference. Pikachu says, what are your thoughts on the DBS trophy market? I've seen a ton of big Pokemon people posting, commenting, picking up their paper trophies along with Steve Aoki. Yeah, these influencers dramatically affect the market, right? They've gone around, they've dramatically affected the Marvel market, the Marvel market, they dramatically affected the, Pokemon market, they dramatically affected the sports card market. It's the reality, okay? And it's unclear how much is just literally them buying up the cards and then that raises the price versus they buy up a bunch and then other people jump in also, or their friends jump in and it all goes up. It's a little bit unclear. I think a lot of these guys, got in early enough in Pokemon and were trendsetters that they made money, but actually a lot of these guys also bought lots and lots of cards way too high. So it's kind of interesting to watch. They also have a ton of money. So, some of this stuff is I would imagine is also just fun, but, in part of building their brand, building their business, getting themselves out into a broader audience of people who love all this type of thing. I think it's just on every person to just witness it, understand it, and then make those decisions for themselves. Like, obviously it can be frustrating. Like if that was your niche market and you did a bunch of research and you really understood those and you've been saving up for a long time. And then Steve Aoki just comes in and just buys it all up. But like, that's part of being rich, rich people people who are very wealthy, and we can question, anyone about like, did they get their wealth and like, because they're actually, did positive things for society and, are ethical and also give plenty to charity. And they're a very generous, reasonable person and they have some sort of excellent skill, or did they get it in some sort of unscrupulous way? Whatever. The reality is, once they have that money, they can just come in with little to no knowledge and just buy out. These markets are so small, like they couldn't do anything in the stock market significant. I mean, I think Steve Aoki's worth like $100 to $200 million, which of course to us is like a humongous amount of money. But when we're talking about like large multinational companies, it's nothing, or not nothing, but, not a huge sum. So it's whereas, here he could take, 1% of his net worth, he could take $2 million or whatever, or 1 to 2 million bucks and really impact a market. And that's only 1% of his net worth. It doesn't affect his net worth at all, particularly if he still has, a lot of income coming in. So it's interesting to watch. Dan says he's being realistic. Yeah. Thanks, Dan. Yeah. I think again, go back to what I said before, like the realistic opinion to some people sounds like fence sitting or not having an opinion. In reality, it's, again, like I've said a lot of things on this channel that I think if you understood and you took to heart would help you understand this market, and kind of what's going on a lot better. Even if you decide that I'm wrong on a lot of things, even just thinking about that critically for you, coming up with your own opinions that might be different than mine, I think, would be valuable. Chicken said, modern expensive cards are very risky. Hence why I said they're like high growth stocks. They could be overvalued because they have potential, or they're overvalued and crash. Yeah. I mean, I don't think buying an Umbreon VMAX at $700 has very much upside potential at all, outside of if it's just like very short term. Let me rephrase that. Okay. Because it's complicated again. There's lots of nuance and everything, guys. It's just the reality of this stuff. So here's a scenario, okay? On a card like that, if that stays really, really popular or even somehow increases in popularity, and there's still so many people looking for that PSA 10 right now, and you're going on, like if you go onto eBay right now and you're seeing like every new one that comes up, it's selling higher, absolutely it could run up, it could double. We saw that exact same thing with Evolutions, which is why when it hit $300 to $400 and more of it continue to come off the market at that price, I would say I absolutely don't understand it. It terrifies me. But like when anything starts running up like that and there's so much momentum, you have to be worried that people are just buying it to kind of flip and speculate and it could come back down. But it also could just be collectors buying it all up and there isn't enough of it. It's just all of a sudden hugely popular. Everyone wants it and it's just going to keep getting bought out. Right. And that could happen with the Umbreon VMAX. And so that card could double in the next 6 months, theoretically. Now, what it has working against it, extremely easy to grade. The raw card is worth a lot less anyway, even so, which doesn't make any sense. That's why you should buy it raw instead, probably at this point. There's going to be more and more. Evolving Skies is still being opened up a lot. There's still a ton more sealed product. And it's very easy to grade. So a lot of those cards fresh out of pack will actually be, submitted and, potentially and graded a 10. A lot higher than when you're watching these like old vintage booster box openings, or middle generation booster box openings, or early X and Y, where it was also really difficult to grade these like full arts and stuff like that. So just if you understand all of that and you think it's still worth the risk because you're going and you're tracking the price data, it's why tracking price data is very dangerous. If you just understand, if you're just looking at the numbers, but you don't understand why things are happening, data can be very dangerous because data can be like, well, this just goes up and everything's at an all-time high. So I should just buy into it. I can't tell you the amount of people who came on my channel when we were at the very height of Pokemon and who were yelling at me like, this guy doesn't know what the hell he's talking about. because like everything's at an all-time high, man. Like, what do you mean we're in a bubble? Like, Pokemon only goes up. And there were people on this channel, like many people coming on in the chat, just like a lot of the people today who are hating on me, to be completely honest, with the same, like, this guy doesn't say, like, it's very same, similar attitude, you know, saying things like, why would a seller ever sell for lower than the next seller? And why, like, they didn't even understand how prices could ever come down, because they didn't get why someone would buy something and then sell it for cheaper. And it's because they're new to markets. So they don't understand how panic and fear works. During greed cycles, everyone thinks things can just go up. During panic, cycles, it's amazing how quickly people shift. And everyone's like, this is going to zero. This is terrifying. And, the truth is like, everyone wants to hear that calming voice. Like, everyone wants to hear a YouTuber right now say, it makes a ton of sense to buy this and you're going to make a lot of money. And here are the reasons why. And you're really smart for doing this. We're all really smart for doing this. And it's really great. Like, that's going to make a lot of people feel good, but it's not, in my opinion, it doesn't accurately project the risk and the unknown. And take it from someone who I think is knowledgeble and expert enough that my opinion should matter, probably, among with many others, right? I mean, TCA, Charlie, Gem Mint. I mean, these guys have been in it a lot longer than me and sell a lot more than me. People like Dan Squeaks, have been in a little bit more of a similar time than me who've just been so immersed in this for many years. But we're not going to come up here and make strong claims, because there just aren't strong claims to be made right now, in my opinion. And there's, I just want to present what I think is accurate. The overall economy is in an interesting place right now, but it's been in the same place. Just because the stock market is now finally going down, it has been in the same precarious place for a long time. I don't care very much about short-term price movement. I care more about like the basic underlying fundamentals of an economy. And the US economy, the world economy, is way too complicated for me, or I think anyone, to understand, but certainly for me to understand, but, I try to follow it. I try to widely read, widely take in information from people who are, understood as some of the smartest, most experienced people in the world, and, but at the end of the day, it's a lot of information. It's complicated. And generally speaking, the more knowledgeable people are, the less strong of an opinion they come out, with, of like, this is definite, just in my experience in my life. So something to think about. Now that's very different than saying, I have an opinion, but I think there's also different personalities. Some personalities like to express really strong opinions, but they don't necessarily like 100% believe them. They're more just like putting them out there to work with them. So it's there's a lot of nuance in people. Take it from a therapist. We're complicated. Let's see what we got here. Got to refresh it again. Gonna refresh the stream so I can see the comment section again. Okay, got a bunch of new questions here. Yeah, let's do some questions. Okay. Let's see what we got here. Okay. Base Blue Boy says, at what point does the hobby need to reach before first appearance has become a preference? So we've seen some of that. It's certainly not a major thing. Till like more people are talking about it, like till we see like every person or every influencer, everyone talking about it, we absolutely may never come to that point. you know, um, in the comic books and in sports has rookies that everyone talks about. I mean, there are going to be people out there who probably like rookies are stupid, and it's just a scam to like make for the card company came up with this so that it could make each new set still valuable, and it's all about money making, and there's just all these agendas pushing it. It's like, to some extent there's probably some truth in all these things, but there's also a lot of just like, that's a really fun natural way of making something that would be not as collectible more collectible. Okay, and the longer hobbies exist, the more they need those things, because someone in 10 years from now isn't going to be and even now, right, you can't collect everything. So having some sort of guide of like, collect all shiny Pokemon, or collect all the legendary Pokemon, or collect all the starters, or collect all the first appearances, or collect all Pikachus, or all Lugias, or all Charizards, right? To help narrow people down is going to be important. Will there be one narrative that's as strong as rookies, or in comic books, first appearances? We obviously know that first appearances of key characters in comic books are where all the value is, and rookies are where almost all the value is. Obviously there's going to be cards that are not rookies, inserts that are not rookies, that are, they might be modern, they might be one of one serialized, autographed Tom Brady, or, LeBron James, or certain Hall of Fame greats, where there could be a lot of value in those cards. But generally speaking, even if the rookie isn't that good or hasn't proved anything yet, the rookie card is still often going to be the most expensive, the biggest chase, which rationally is crazy to me, how much they, in my opinion, seem to overvalue rookies and undervalue sort of long-term careers and GOATs. But it is what it is. Will Pokemon ever get to that point? Right now, I think it undervalues it. I think we undervalue, this is just my personal opinions, I think we undervalue first appearances overall, although some cases I think people are valuing it quite a bit. I think we undervalue legendary Pokemon from each generation in general, mythical Pokemon along the same vein. And I think we, in some cases, undervalue starters potentially. But because I'm looking for narratives that might come true over the long run, but that needs to be a collective decision. And frankly, although I'm going to share those opinions and put those ideas out there for people to think about, I'm not going to sit here and like try to push one as like, this is the one that should happen, this is the one we should all think about. Those are all things, though, that I think that make sense to me and bring enjoyment to my collecting, to try to break things down like that. Matthew asks, Jake, do you think universal basic income will be good for the Pokemon market? It could be, it would, yeah, I have no idea. The definite, honest answer is I have zero idea how to try to figure out. I could definitely see, I do think that one thing I would expect with universal basic income potentially would be, there are some positives that I think would come with universal basic income. And I remember when Andrew Yang ran for president, I had lots of conversations with people about sort of the psychology of universal basic income. And I honestly agree with some of the positive arguments and some of the negative arguments. I do think that when people are given an automatic income like that, oftentimes we see riskier behavior. And buying Pokemon cards or investing or speculating in Pokemon cards, in my opinion, is risky behavior. Crypto, generally speaking, obviously there's going to be the riskier crypto, there's going to be the riskier Pokemon, or, collectibles, but people are going to go to things that are fun, that move a lot, that have a lot of arguments, that have a big community, that's loud and interesting and enjoyable. And when you have that income, that income that is going to be there, and also feels like it's sort of that found money effect. It's like, this is not like when you sit down at a job that you hate, right? And you work 8 hours at a job that you hate, and it's painful to make that money, and it's hard to make that money, and you made minimum wage today, and you worked your butt off. Like, that money is going to be much harder to pry away from you. Generally speaking, you are going to value that money, even though it's the same money as maybe the government giving you money. And that's just a psychological. I hope people can understand that. It makes sense, right? Why that would be, and it's because of the memories, the experience tied, the difficulty in acquiring that you're going to value it higher. When something is difficult to acquire, people value it more. When something is more expensive, people value it more. So, I mean, one thing that is interesting when coming up with, like how valuable is my time, right? How valuable is a Patreon? How valuable should I place my items up? Oftentimes, the cheaper you make things, and this is true for people selling out there, you send out a message to people that it's not very good, it's not very valuable, it's not worth very much. And there's a lot of psychology in and a lot of this stuff has to do with marketing and pricing. And I took a number of economics courses in college, my favorite being like game theory, where we talked a lot about these ideas, and it is certainly fascinating. So I think that would be a potential issue. I also think that universal basic income could also potentially, with other services, significantly decrease anxiety and depression and crime and struggles at sort of the lower socioeconomic end, if done in a way with education and financial literacy and just people being very supportive of each other. I mean, the problem with throwing money at a problem is that oftentimes the money can solve things, the money can make things better, but it often doesn't address the root, of the issue, of the problem. And then sometimes money is the only problem. and if the person or the group or whatever just had money, it would all be solved as well. So again, no one answer fits everyone, fits every situation. It's why I'm always baffled in political arguments how confident people are, like that one, and that people call each other evil. I mean, people call me evil, like evil for your nuanced opinions or evil to have strong different opinions than me. It's like, it's just amazing. I don't know. Let's see. Let's see what we got here. Giraffateca says, what are your thoughts on Diamond and Pearl Black and White era Holo PSA 10? Seem to have been a recent boom where they go for more than some full arts and level X from those eras. Yeah, I've seen some of that. I've talked with Dan about it a little bit. It was very interesting. Like these cards were so not graded. And when I was buying a lot of like the level X's and in the black and white era, I was buying like more of the secret rares, I did pick up, and the primes and stuff, I did pick up maybe 20 of these graded holos, that were all like pop 1 or pop 2 that just kind of like people like threw up in PWC store auction, and they were going for like $8, guys, like $12. I mean, there was zero market for these. And when I was buying them, I didn't necessarily think there'd ever be a strong market. I have seen some sell for $400, $500, $600, maybe even more. You've seen, they were like really key Pokemon. It seems like a lot of money for a regular holo that I don't think looks that good in some cases. Like, I don't love the layout But again, this is where you get into subjective territory. Now, some of them, like I've seen some Glaceon ones that like there's some hollows and arts that I do like. This is the Diamond and Pearl era. Sorry, when we go into the black and white hollows, again, this is very subjective. I really like the layout of some of those, and I did buy a little bit more of those. But again, they just never came up. No one was grading them. No one had them. But when I bought a bunch of collections, like I've been looking back in my binders to start to grade some of these cards. I don't have very many gradable candidates, even though I was buying a lot of these. So it's weird, man. It's weird. Just like there just doesn't seem to be that much supply from these eras. Pokemon was just super low, and even the regular hollows, just like the regular hollows, from this era, like, I mean, it's a little strange to me that they're selling for as much as like E series regular hollows, like $300-400 for that versus like $300-400 for like an E series. Like I would every single day of the week buy the E series personally as a collector, because I really like the E series, and I don't care that much about like most of the random hollows from the Diamond and Pearl era. And I would imagine the majority of the market feels the same way. Now, will it feel the same way in the future is an interesting question. Like Ava, excuse me, has talked about like, I don't really like the WotC stuff or the older stuff. I like maybe she likes some of these, I don't know, but other 21-year-olds, 22-year-olds, 23-year-olds, prefer not even just the level X's, which is what I thought they'd like, which is why I went after those. The chase cards, right? The big hitters. I didn't think like I didn't really want to go heavy into like the regular hollows when the level X's were only $10 each at the time. Right. But it's maybe they really remember those. They really want those. I'm just not sure how many people actually collected those and existed in those eras for like the long-term, particularly the long-term growth. It could be a type of situation where there are a few people who really want them, who are willing to pay really high, but there's just not going to be that deep of demand. And so it's not going to like continue to go up over time because there's just not going to be a lot of people chasing them. But it's super interesting to watch. It's that supply versus demand, right? Super low supply, and maybe just enough demand right now that it's really taken off. Yeah. Dan says, shout out to all the moms. Absolutely. Happy Mother's Day. If there are any moms in chat, happy Mother's Day to you, or almost happy Mother's Day. I'm going to go spend the day with my mom tomorrow. And then weirdly enough, I have like a wedding to go to, like a wedding reception thing on Mother's Day after that. So it's going to be a busy day tomorrow. The old card rip says 100 baby shinies versus 100 TG. What do you mean by TG? TG non-texture cards versus 100 amazing rares. I like the baby shinies better, but than the amazing rares a little bit. But none of that stuff. I think it's so common right now, and there's still so much of it on the market. Zach of all trade sets, do you think the new printing facility will keep up with demand diluting the future market? Keep up. Yeah, definitely. One I've been asked before, and one I just don't know. But it does add risk, right? So when Pokemon Company makes a move that could potentially increase their ability to print more, even if we think that's only like a 1% to 2% chance or a 5% chance, like it still adds a little bit of risk on maybe more reprints or more significant print runs, is what I would say. But I have no way to quantify that or know. And again, it could be a complete nothing burger in terms of changing, the amount that will be printed. Maybe they'll even print less now because they'll be more in control of it. So who knows? They'll decide that, I don't know how that could be, but whatever. think FTW says, what would you personally do? Would you value rare but less popular items versus popular but less rare items? Example, FAB Alpha box versus a Jungle Unlimited box. There is no one answer, right? It's an equation, and you're going to be putting in your own sort of subjective numbers into that equation. So let me just compare those for you, and I'll tell you what I think about them. Okay. So I don't know the exact numbers, so it's hard for me actually. I could look them up quickly, but let's say what are they probably at? 6,000 to 10,000, somewhere in there. 5 to 10 for each, maybe. Is Jungle Unlimited all the way down to 5? Probably not. Probably maybe 5 to 10, 8 maybe. Which one do I think? So FAB Alpha box, and we can throw, like a MetaZoo Kickstarter box into this too, because I know the price of that better, because I follow that market better. There could potentially be more upside on those rarer items. And there could potentially be more explosive upside. There's also so much more risk, because these are items that have such a much shorter price history, established price history, and they've spent a decent portion of their price history not at where they're at, right? They've really exploded up, and now these boxes may have sat in somewhat of a range between that 5 to 8,000 or so range, for a little bit. So we think maybe this is where they're going to stick for a while, or they're going to more slowly, gradually go down, or slowly, gradually go up from there. But the other huge thing, right, about buying into something like that is you're also buying into a brand new pop culture, brand new company, a brand new IP, or an IP that has lots of elements that are brand new in MetaZoo's cases, or is trying to create something around characters that people know. But and with something like that, it's it's just a lot more risk than buying something like Pokemon, which has so much more of an established large fan base. And but yeah, I mean, the supply difference could be so staggering that it would make more financial sense to risk to go the higher, potential, risk reward option. I think the problem with some of those like FAB Alpha and MetaZoo boxes, in my opinion, and again, I don't think Unlimited Jungle is so cheap, but is that I think that there's, in my opinion, the people who are owning them, and I'm a little bit worried about like how much Michael still has of them, for example, how much Steve Aoki still has of them, how much just their friends have them, that they're holding that. Like there's all sorts of things, like who knows, like how many really got out to influencers, how many are left sealed. And the fact that like just they don't sell very much versus a Jungle box, which is going to be like a lot more liquid. There's going to be a lot of channels that would buy that from you to maybe open packs to sell the packs. That would make me a little bit more concerned about something like that. Whereas if I was seeing that sell like really well, and it was like maybe 5 to 10 years into that company, and that company had shown me a little bit more of a track record of success getting to that price point, maybe I would feel a little bit more, go towards those boxes a little bit more. But the short answer, right, is just that it's a math equation, and you have to fill out the math equation. There is no right answer. It's why, and I'm not hating on SM for this, and this is zero, like, trust me, zero, absolute, but like when anyone just goes out there and quotes saying, this is not him, but other people, like older, rare, mint, or better, like not necessarily. There's a lot more factors, and it can be a lot more nuanced. And some of those things can be a lot more important than other ones of those things, depending on the situation. And demand can just overwrite all of those things. Like if there's just massive amount of demand, it can be common, new, not mint, whatever. Right. So And that's the problem with that saying. Now, what's really good about that saying is it's trying to get at fundamentals. It's trying to get at what are those supply side fundamentals, items, it's an item being rare, an item being historic, old, have time to be appreciated, that people have memories with, that has a longer price history. Like, he's right, obviously, on all of those points. But again, there's that whole other part of that equation, that demand equation, that can be missed if you're too narrow. Head Pokemon says, I hate that they keep their big plays secret. Dan, appreciate you putting out your business. We appreciate both of you, gentlemen. Yeah. The truth is that Dan isn't really also like investing that much. So Dan can do that a little bit more because Dan's just always buying under the market generally and then selling or flipping it back at market. He's not really buying much that he thinks is like really undervalued and is going to appreciate in the long run. Like, he does that to some extent with like CGC and these sorts of things, whereas like I'm a lot more like, I'm trying to buy like fairly undiscovered, undervalued, certain things, and I'm going to hold them. So that's part of why that exists. It's the business model, we could say. It's not really a business in my case, but that part of it. I don't view my collecting or my buying as a business. Zach of all trades says, put yourself in a tax bracket where you don't get a handout. Yeah, I mean, it depends, and a lot of this too is going to have to do with technology and how many, like, and population growth. This is going back to sort of these sort of arguments about, do we need universal basic income? When do we need universal basic income? How much a universal basic income? I think having that sort of attitude, I agree with like a part of that sentiment, but there are situations, and there are going to be whole societal situations where there is not going to be potentially enough work. We may want to get to that point where people are not working all the time, or work isn't so necessary because we have systems, we have technology advances to the point where it can take care of us, so much better. And then how do we develop a system around that? Like, there's a lot of unknowns about the future, and I would encourage flexibility and openness in people's thought. Shovel saying, people need to go live in an average family in a third world country for 2 months or so. That would make you more grateful for stuff you take for granted. I mean, that is 100% sure, right? But it's also human nature people become, not because we're evil or bad people, but you just become desensitized and accustomed to sort of the environment that you're in. And then you're often relatively comparing yourself to others who might have slightly better around you. It's very hard to sort of imagine people who you've never seen. It's part of why your point makes so much sense. In reality, it's like, if you actually go live there, if you actually experience, that's going to be have much more of an impact on sort of it's why traveling and being open and experiencing things and experiencing other ways can really help you deepen sort of your self-awareness, other awareness, all that sort of thing. I gotta refresh the comment section because it always quits out on me. Let's see what we got here. Rock Pokemon, you're in the chat. You want to come on? Anyone who wants to come on, I feel like bringing some people on if anyone wants to come hang out and talk. Old Card Shop, Professor Oak, anyone. Ava, if you want to come on. Swami, Dan, I know Dan's going to probably come on a little bit later. We've already talked. I love having people on. And again, I want to bring I'm going to figure out ways to just bring anyone who wants to come on, just people who are hanging out in the chat. I want to figure out a way to kind of navigate that in the future where we do call-in shows and I really want everyone to sort of, as long as everyone's respectful, to have a voice and be able to kind of, say their opinion out there, be seen on YouTube. I remember when I, because I was a lurker on a channel like this for years before I started my own channel to do it and to provide more a space where other people could lurk. I'm sure there are plenty of people watching this and have watched this that are very, very similar to me. I know that it would have been cool back then to have an influencer do something where you could come on and, talk with them, share your opinions. There's so many smart, thoughtful, interesting, points of view out there that, it's hard that generally I bring on people who have a YouTube channel because then I can actually see that they, I can hear them a little bit. It's not so much that I'm trying to cut out opinions. It's more I'm trying to just get a sense of how they talk, who they are. Are they comfortable on camera? Is it going to be okay? I don't want someone to come on here and get really anxious or nervous or be overwhelmed or, that type of thing. So, which is why I tend to generally invite those content creators on. All right, I'm going to start sending some invites. It's happening. Ooh, that's not an invite. Let's see. 1 second, guys. And it's definitely on me. I have to figure out ways to improve the content, improve things over time, not let things become stagnant, because I know we all want this to be good. We all love these conversations and want this sort of stuff, and seeking to find new topics or new ways of exploring things that will be engaging and interesting is my job for everyone. So I'm going to keep working on it. And I do have some other ideas that will take some editing, and I've invested a bunch of money into cameras and lights and some other things. So hopefully eventually we'll see. Maybe that money is stupidly spent, but I all right, sending out some invites if anyone wants to jump on. Let's see. All right, I'll go back to answering some questions, guys. I'm just going to refresh the chat. Let's see what we've got going on. All right, so we got some people who will be on in a little bit texting me. People are driving out, still at work, other sorts of things, need to set up their equipment. So we'll definitely hang out for a while tonight and get some other people on. We need Charlie on. I could send Charlie an invite. I don't know. Charlie, if you're watching, let us know. And if you want to come on. Rusty, if you're watching, it'd be fun to have you on. Rusty, we have been meaning to reach out to you. because I'd love to just have a one-on-one at some point. I've never actually talked with you one-on-one on the channel before. We are having Rusty come on the Patreon, which will be fun to give a presentation next month. I will plug that. And obviously, I haven't said it in a while, but like, thank you so much for every person who supports me there, particularly with the changes I'm making in my therapy or the amount of therapy I'm going to be doing and transitioning into some other job opportunities. It's very helpful, and hopefully it's easily worth the money for people. And I've added like office hours and other sorts of things. And, I'm going to hopefully prepare a good presentation this month. So again, it every day I'm appreciative. Doesn't, and hopefully the feeling is mutual, or, I try to give as much value as possible for what I hope is an affordable amount for almost everyone who's buying cards and engaging in the hobby. Let's see. Yeah, if you want to come on, people are saying, like even in the chat, like just hit me up on Instagram. If a bunch of people want to come on tonight, I may rotate some people off. So if you've been on for a while, I don't want more than like 4 people on at once. I think it gets a little bit hectic, even with 4 of us on, particularly because I'm very verbose and it takes me a while to like form my thoughts. It's a little bit difficult. Okay, cool. Getting some other responses. So, yeah. So, and for those who are just sort of joining us, what's my Instagram? My Instagram is Pokenomics with, I don't even know my Instagram. This is how much I use Instagram for all of my like for connecting with people often, but not so much for, I do post. I think I've posted like maybe 20, maybe even less, like 31 posts. It is Pokenomics with an underscore at the end of it. That's my Instagram. Shovel says we want new people. I do too. I'm down for like anyone, just it's particularly, I mean, I guess at this point, like, I was talking with some people about it yesterday, because what I don't want is someone who I really don't know at all, or I've never even seen in the chat, never seen hang out, and they come on and they're just like, they say like really terrible things that just like, All right, I'm going to answer some questions while we wait. Let me refresh this. AB Sports Card says, sorry about your Celtics. Yeah, me too. Yeah, I was initially really frustrated and was just sort of like, the refs cost us that game and, the usual stuff. But the reality is, like, it was a great game. They played their hearts out. We played our hearts out. It's crushing for Celtics fans, but it's phenomenal for Milwaukee fans, and I do think, I mean, the refs are always it's a hard thing to call correctly, and there's always going to be missed calls on both sides. And I don't know. It was very physical. Milwaukee's a very physical team. Giannis is extremely physical on the offensive end. And a lot of those are just sort of like, is it an offensive charge? Isn't it, an offensive? It's tough call. So Aiden M says, would love to get Rafi on one of these sometime. Yeah, for sure. I'm hoping. So Rafi wants to come to some of the live events to meet people. And yeah, I should reach out to Rafi and just kind of figure out getting him in here, getting him on some of like the Patreon monthlies as well, just to kind of, I know he has a number of fans, and He's a great guy, really smart guy. Okay. Head Pokemon said, I just messaged you. We need to do a one-on-one. I have so much stuff I'd love to run past you, but $100 is a lot for my frugal self, to be honest. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, what's up, man? Welcome.
How's it going, Jake?
Yeah, I'm just going to answer this one thing. And yeah, if you want to pull up the chat,
Yep.
go for it. Yeah, I mean, what I would say about like consulting. So I offer 30 minutes. I offer for $50 and 1 hour for $100. And what I would say about consulting is a lot of the consulting that I've done, like I'm consulting people on like $100,000 deals, like $150,000, like $10,000, $20,000 purchases. And when you think about people who are really, I've done consults with people who have 10 million, subscribers on YouTube who make tons and tons of money. Okay. I think that those types of things, frankly, I'm way undercharging probably for the humongous deal and for my sort of, knowledge on some of that, type of thing. Now, other people use it as a way of just kind of picking my brain more commonly. They want to just have that as like a monthly check-in and they can afford it. I think that that's reasonable and okay. I think for the vast majority of people, I don't think you should be signing up for consults, any of those consults, unless you're doing huge money deals. You think I have some specific knowledge about something very specific that we can talk about. I do not tell anyone what to buy. I'm not a financial advisor. None of this stuff is financial advice, but I can give you like information that you may not be aware of, or my experience with that card, what I've seen it sell for. We can go into much more specifics and private specifics than we ever could on YouTube or somewhere else, or even in Discord. For the vast majority of people, you should either just come free to YouTube and come hang out. I answer every question, or you should join the Patreon where I do office hours now once a week, where every Tuesday you can get one-on-one, not one-on-one time. It's usually like 1-on-10, 1-on-15 time, but like we have time to like answer everyone's question and you can do it there. You can also feel free to reach out to me like privately on Instagram. I do try and respond to some things, but that's what I would say is it's really only for high value, very specific things. Or if you just like have the money, you spend quite a bit on Pokemon and you want to check in with me sort of like once a month and you feel like that's worth it. And that will be helpful to kind of, have that discussion. I think that's how certain people use it and it's been helpful for them. It's nothing I would ever push on anyone. And I'm definitely not going to be like, let's set up your portfolio and these are the 10 things you should buy. Like, I'm not going to be investing your money for you. I am not a financial advisor. I have no interest in being anyone's financial advisor. I will also say I'm not anyone's therapist. So I have had people reach out to me and ask me for like individual counseling and therapy type stuff through that. That is also not what that is. So it's really, we could talk a little bit about philosophy and morality, but the purpose of that is really to talk about the market, do deep dives into the market. And so I have had to tell a few people like, I'm not comfortable doing that. I am a licensed therapist, but that's a whole different thing. And that would be through the insurance company. And it would be, through my agency that I work at, where you would need to go through a whole diagnostic evaluation and all sorts of things. And I'm not looking ever to combine these two worlds. These two worlds will forever be separate. So don't take offense. For anyone dealing with mental health issues, there are plenty of great therapists in your area. Reach out to people in your area, reach out to the hospital, the emergency room if you absolutely have to. So I'll just say all of that. Welcome. Hey man, how's it going?
Pretty good. How are you doing today, Jake?
Good, man. Can you turn up your volume just a little bit?
Did that help at all, or should I jump into the?
That's probably
Here,
good.
Let me do that.
I think that's good. Yeah, just let me know if you can hear us both.
Yeah, I can hear you really well.
You can hear me. Good. Yeah, sometimes I get a comment that my sound is a little bit higher. So usually when it sounds equal, I ask my I usually want the person who's with me to sound a little louder than me, and that usually ends up being right for the people out there, I found.
Yeah, I've noticed that on the Zoom, it seems to be that way. Even like yesterday with Basic Trainer, he was 3 octaves lower than I was in the conversation. I tried to balance it, but it never works out.
So what do you think, man? Any specifics that came up for you on vintage? What are your thoughts on vintage? Have you been here for like the earlier part of the video?
Yes. Yeah, I jumped in about 10 minutes into it, so I wasn't too far behind. When it comes to vintage, I there's some opportunities into it, but I have the feeling with vintages that it's something that you work up to, and you really have to make sure you have accounts set up and ready to be able to do that without taking it out of a lot of personal accounts, because vintage can be kind of one of those really interesting sides where it can shift rather quickly sometimes, just like what we saw in the past and currently is that it can go really high and then all of a sudden kind of cool off. Like 2016, it kind of shot pretty decently there and cooled right back off again. And we might still see that yet to happen here in 2021, 22. We could still see some of these vintage prices slip down because of that. Overall for investments, I think that there's some great opportunities in vintage. There's definitely some areas that are, if you're speculating, some areas that are very healthy, some areas that are never really got pushed as hard as, say, base set or shadowless or those kind of areas that actually do give some good opportunities in vintage. It's a lot of work when it comes down to it to really sort out and pick out the areas that you want to be looking at when it comes to those products or cards or graded cards too, to get the optimum deal in those areas or the optimum price for what you're trying to do. If you're a collector, you can move a little bit more. If you're thinking about it as a long-term, speculating hold, it really does change that perspective on where you're going there.
Yeah. It's there are a lot of different cards that, and I tried to talk a little bit about some of the different types of things that I look at. Was there anything that you remember you particularly agreed with or disagreed with in terms of talking about your $15,000 to $20,000 cards versus your $1,000 to $2,000 cards versus your sort of $500 vintage cards, and then all the way down to talking about certain hollow first edition cards I'm buying at $50, right now in PSA 9 or CGC 8.5s or these types of things. Any specific thoughts on all of that?
My biggest thought is on those items when you look at them is particularly the pricing seems to go up. A lot of times there seems to be more manipulating up and down on those prices. It's more rare if it's better grading, if there's those kind of things going on. Rarity can also play a big factor into them higher end ones and trying to find that nice little balance point. But I've always been the type of person that I look for areas that are a little bit lower in markets just because they tend to stay, they don't gain as much sometimes. They don't have that acceleration point a lot of times, but a lot of times too, they can be very just nominal growth moving up that upper chain. So personally, I like the lower end, like around the $500,000. I don't mind in that area. When it gets up to them higher end cards, I'm a little bit more bearish on those areas. It's just not a comfortable place to be personally. And it might be just part of it too, that my account levels don't really, accept that kind of risk that could be involved up at that size.
Yeah. And I think then separating sort of the optimal investment strategy, like some sort of financial optimal investment strategy, from viewing it more as like, what can I afford and what can I afford to lose? Right. In my personal life, makes a lot of sense. What I love is items that I think have good upside, but that are also fairly cheap. And of course, that was everything. I kind of described, like, that's how I felt about almost everything. Now I feel it about, there's a lot less that I put in that, but I still think that there are things in vintage that fall into that, where you can buy these things for, $20, $25, $50, $100, $150, $200. in many cases for less than a lot of your than your than some modern chase cards, right?
Yep.
And I think fit both of those things. But I also think that what was I going to say there? I'm going to pass on that point. I don't agree with myself. That's just part of being in a live. I'm always like, and like in the beginning, like today, like it took me like probably 10 minutes to make sense. I think today to start getting like my thoughts organized, to start making coherent points.
Yeah, the squirrel gets a little faster than the wheel sometimes. Kind of let it catch up.
Let's see. ATP says, and we can answer all these questions for both of us, but do you have a sales tax exemption when you buy cards?
I personally do not. I haven't gone to that. I could. What I found is it's just better to, if you have a business, I have a business license, you could do tax exemption, but I found that sometimes the benefit is that I can document that tax when I pay it up front. And then on the taxes, turn it over to the accountant and it just comes off on the other end. So,
interesting. So you don't collect sales tax because you pay sales tax. Is that what you mean?
I collect sales tax if it's sold in the state of Wisconsin. Anything that's sold in the state of Wisconsin.
So you're paying double sales tax. Like you're paying sales tax and then they're taking out. You're losing sales tax on both ends.
If depending on sales, like TCG Player, if I'm going through there, they take their taxes out. I don't have to pay, think about it there. But if I'm sending like Craigslist or something like that, that's in the state, it's actually documented sales, I have to take taxes. But if I purchase stuff, I typically do pay the taxes up front. And all it does is deduct at the end of the year where I maybe don't have a tax bill, or I actually might get a little bit of money back because I've already potentially overpaid on taxes at the beginning through the process.
Yeah. So we are not tax experts. I always want to repeat that, before going into this conversation. And I have a CPA. I have someone that I talk to about this stuff. For myself, what I've decided to do, and again, I'm working with a CPA and we're sort of seeing how all this goes, but I actually have different accounts. So I have one eBay account and one PWCC account, for example, one heritage account that is tax exempt, where I don't have to pay sales tax. And so what instead I do is collect sales tax when I sell. But the point of that is that I am buying for resale. So I'm intentionally buying these items to resell. Items that I am buying to sort of hold as some sort of like longer term investment collector situation, I don't feel comfortable purchasing without that, because then it puts pressure that I'm supposed to sell. I was supposed to sell that item. I was not supposed to put that back into my collection. And it can become a very, like, if you don't have separate accounts, it can become a sticky situation or hard to keep track of. And I am by no means some sort of major seller, like someone like TCA, Rusty, come on. I want you to come on if you're out there. But to talk about this sort of stuff, as I love to hear that perspective. But or even like, Dan or Nick, who are also significant businesses and sellers, even if not to the extent that someone like Rusty is. So, but it's interesting to talk to them about sort of how they deal with that. At the end of the day, going with the CPA is going to be the best bet. Ask questions and explain exactly what you do. And then they can really help you kind of problem solve for your exact situation and what makes the most sense. It also depends like how much you're actually buying from eBay, you're buying from these auction houses. But again, if you're purchasing lots of lots, 5% can really add up, or whatever, or I think it's 6.5% for me. It depends where you are, obviously. So
5.5 here. Yeah.
5.5 there. Some states it's 9%, 15%, right, or something. So in the highest states. So
and see, I talked to our CPA about that, and that was one thing that it was kind of one of them gray areas, because was doing the opening channel at the time and doing these things. And if I buy something and don't pay taxes for it up front at the time, and I open it on the channel, and technically I should have paid income tax on it because it was
Yeah.
consumable for that. And it was kind of one of those things where now I should probably go and reassess that idea, because I don't do as many of the openings on the channel except for like giveaways or things, and I could just buy those out of my personal account and do it that way. But yeah, I mean, it's definitely something that should probably be reassessed, but at the time that's where it that was kind of where it was going on, that why they suggested staying the way it was.
I'm with you. This is the first year, the last, like, it's been like maybe 13 months, something like that, that I have not just paid the sales tax the entire time, because for me, it stressed me the hell out. I'll just be completely blunt and honest. The idea of like defrauding the government or doing something wrong on taxes is terrifying. And I actually never saw a CPA. I used to do all my taxes myself. And it was just highly stressful. And, I would read as much as I possibly could and try to understand what was going on. And I, would try to not make any mistakes, but it was like, okay, Jake, this is big enough sums now. This is complicated enough. You need to go see a tax professional. And also the amount of money that you're now purchasing. It was also because now everything became so expensive that now 5%, it's like these purchases that I'm making, that's considerable money. So yeah, it just made more sense to start to have those conversations. But each year I'm going to kind of go back and reflect on that with my CPA and figure out, is that working? Is that not working? How am I tracking that? That sort of stuff. But it's, and for everyone out there, it's can be it's a complicated system, and every state's different. And, and then there's also sort of like, if you have the intention to sell, like there's laws about like, you just need to like you don't need to make a profit every year as a business to consider yourself a business. And I think every state slightly can be different. It's like 2 out of 3 years or 3 out of 4 years. I've read different things. And then again, not a CPA. Don't take anything I'm saying as gold, but the understanding that like you can buy inventory that was intentionally inventory, and then the market can crash and you don't have to just like flood that back on. You're allowed to hold that for a certain amount of time. But if you don't sell it within a certain window, or your business becomes not profitable over the long run, then you have to be like, I'm not a business anymore. This is not a business. I'm now a collector. And where that line is between business and collector is a little gray.
And that's just it. I mean,
CPA is right, and finding the right fit for you and someone who has a little bit of background. Like I would suggest, like, interview a couple, tell them if you're doing the volume. I mean, I don't do the volumes, you guys do, but like this year with 1099K changes, now it's gonna be a problem for everyone. So it's good to get it right the first time so you don't get audited going back. So it's better to like start now, fresh slate, keep track of things, and get the right fit in person. Because what's going to happen is so many people are just going to be sent letters to pay penalties. Whereas if they just worked with a CPA and paid the taxes, it would be less money out of their pocket than the penalty is going to be. And that's why like so much of like middle America is going to get screwed by this, but that's a whole nother thing. But yeah, get a CPA.
And that's where, I mean, the biggest thing is like for even myself, I learned from our CPA running our other businesses is just document everything. I literally have spreadsheets that document everything, because that way, if someone comes and knocks on your door, I got Google Docs to just lay everything out, because that way all my sales, what I paid sales tax on, it's got a little button. Yes, I paid sales tax, the amount of sales tax I paid, all that stuff could come back, to say, okay, there's YouTube evidence of video evidence of some of the stuff that we're doing. And if someone calls you on that, you have that traceability between everything. Like I said, with the different changes and stuff that's happening, it's definitely something that I need to go revisit and could probably save, but I don't buy a lot of things, let's say from a direct TCG player or something like that. A lot of this stuff is done. I know a person close by that I just go pick it up from. And that kind of stuff is also, I still document that I'm doing it, but once again, there's really not any taxes paid. It's just an honor system more than anything at that point, that as a business, I take the taxes if I sell it, at that point.
Yeah. And I've talked to a number of different people on how they record things. Do they record each individual thing, or is it more like a bunch? It's like I don't know exactly what I spent on each individual thing, but I know I spent this amount of money on this, and so I owe this amount of sales tax. I don't know each individual thing, but this is the overall number. And but again, work with your specific CPA. Do not trust anything any of the three of us would have to say.
No, not a tax advisor in any way, shape, or form.
No, yeah. I'm a CFO and I have a tax advisor. So let's be real. Go get yourself one.
And it's complicated. And I have some cousins that are CPAs, and I talk to them, and it's like, it's, they're stressed out too. Like, I ask them questions and they're like, I don't feel comfortable answering that. You need to go to this specific type of CPA, who deals at our firm specifically with those types of business issues. I don't even feel comfortable, answering that. So
that's the hard part here is even finding someone. When I said I was looking at, so our typical CPA we use for our businesses, I went and kind of told her what I was doing, and she just kind of looked at me with that glazed over face, like, you're doing what are you doing exactly? So it's not up here. It's not a typical business format. So the CPA would probably even have a learning curve that we use, but
I think for typical people that are like going to get a 1099K this year for the first time, you got to remember how you you can't be scared of it. Like for me, I've always been like an exact person. Like I keep track every transaction I have, like down to the decimal, right? It's just the kind of person I am. But you'd be surprised how much like deductibility there is against that income, where if you just do it right, you can probably pay little to no taxes and like you'll be fine. So just
that's just it. If you document how much you're taking in, the time you purchased, all that kind of stuff. And in Wisconsin, you got to make profit 1 out of every 3 years in Wisconsin in order to remain a business license. So, there's always an option. Like Jake said, you could hold and not make any money 1 year because the market takes a dip, or, with commodity sales or these kind of transactions. You can also just out a couple of years if you needed to. So you could definitely do those kind of options. And like I said, just don't try and hide. I hear people say, I'm going to hide this and hide that. And it's like, the problem is that the more you try and hide on your taxes, the faster it comes up to bite you, because they do. Especially when it gets close to the time period for their statutes and limitations, they do a fine-tuned comb through all of your stuff right before the end, I swear, just to try and find those little details that you missed and try and get it back from you.
Yeah. It's part of life. It's part of bureaucracy. It's stressful. Bureaucracy, this stuff just sucks. It just sucks, but it's part of life. It's part of society. So you gotta follow the rules. And for someone like me too, and I assume almost everyone feels this way, but I've always been someone who like just hates like things that don't like make that like busy work or paperwork or things that seem like overly complicated, or and I have like, I don't really know, but I've like probably fairly significant like adult ADD. So it's like hell on earth for me to like have the attention, like when I have to like hyper focus attention to detail to make sure all of these things, that aren't like sophisticated necessarily in some sort of art, idea or concept, but it's more of like just making sure each number is exactly right. I don't skip any lines. I go through all this type of stuff. I can't believe I did it myself all those years, honestly. Now that I just have a CPA do it and I pay them like, $500 to do it. Oh, it's just so much better.
I've never done my own taxes my whole life. I like understand it and I review it, but like I've never done my own, not even for fun or like for practice. Cause I'm like, it's like, it comes down to like, how do you value your time? Right. And it's just like an area where even if you're in the profession, you're going to be liable to making mistakes. So I've never done my own, not once.
You mean mean you're not one of them guys with TurboTax that has a little indicator that tells you when it gets red to back off on some stuff? I have a friend that sits there with the deduction analyzer that tells you your audit risk, and you'll keep tweaking the numbers until it gets in the yellow, and then he's like, "Okay, I'm good."
Oh, as fun as that sounds, I've never tried that.
Oh, come on, live on the edge a little bit.
Oh man.
So, Rock, any thoughts or comments on today's topic of investing in vintage? I'm not sure if you were here for like the earlier, parts of the video at all, but
I think I started listening like 45 minutes in. I think, look, what I think is like most difficult is that people really underestimate their own tolerance for risk, misunderstand their own ability to transact in a liquid market, right? To actually facilitate buying and selling, and to actually, if part of it is if something goes down, know when to cut your losses and be able to do that, right? And execute on it, or to be able to exit because you're never like, I think what happens is because people think they have an edge because it's a bit of very inefficient market. They try to time it more than maybe traditional markets, right? Where people just kind of buy, sell, because it's like that, and they don't have to think about it. And you're not going to time the top. People know more so in those traditional markets that, they don't have the edge, right? So if they, buy a stock and it goes up 7% the next day, they might just say, yeah, I'm just going to sell it. You know what I mean? For better or for worse. So I think with vintage, it's hard because it's probably based on traditional collectibles, the part of the hobby from here that would theoretically at least retain the most value, but it's going to be so hard to like pick the right items as an investment from this price point, even after the market retracing so much, because I'm still in the camp that like so much of the long-term potential of a 25-year-old hobby has been pulled forward by the past few years. Yeah. And you just like think about it, like what do you truly like? What kind of, it's like, what is it going to move the needle from you if you're purely looking at it from a dollars and cents standpoint, right? And then you start to think about what are like the real volumes I would have to do and the amount of assets I would have to hold and for what time period to actually achieve a meaningful return on a real basis against a traditional investment or what have you, or, for a lot of people, like paying down debt and the spread on buying a hard asset versus making that arbitrage on, their interest rate, or, you can go through like the myriad of things. Right. So I think that's what I struggle with. It's like a lot of thing I've been thinking about a lot when people are throwing around the whole S&P thing, and we can, you guys had a great conversation about all of that. It's really, really difficult in any area, whether it's collectibles or commodities or traditional equities or bonds, to individually pick the best winners over any time period. It's incredibly difficult. It's been proven to be incredibly difficult over the history of liquid transactable markets, right? So when you think about it in that sense, it's like, how can I even, I think in this market, there are people like, yourself, Jake, who have the knowledge base and had the edge prior to most people, right? And then there's, a bunch of influx of people. There are channels like yours, channels like maybe mine, channels like whoever's, E4, all these things that give people information. And then they think they can maybe execute on that better than the average person because it is more inefficient. But at the same time, it's still really hard to pick the best winners. And I think that that's what's a little like hard about this whole alternative investment. Like I don't comp alternative investments, even in the traditional sense, right, to like the S&P 500, right? Because it doesn't make sense. There's so much about risk, first of all, that doesn't make sense. Right? I think people don't understand how risk-adjusted returns work. Granted, blunt returns, right, on an absolute basis are amazing. No, even if you took an inordinate amount of risk, right? Like basically if your return was in lockstep with your risk, you still got a great return, right? And that's, lucky. It's not always about, they say you can't eat Sharpe ratios, right? Which is a risk adjusted financial return ratio, right? So what that means is even if you got a huge return, but took a lot of risk with it, you still got a huge return, right? But I think people underestimate the risk factor. Sorry, that was really long. I'm just going to back off there.
Right. That's the survivor bias, right? And you hear from the person who took the really risky bet and then made a lot of money on the risky bet and might not even be aware that it was that risky because it worked out. And you don't hear from the other people who maybe made a similar risky bet on something different, just because people who are successful are the people that people listen to. So people who have the money, have the largest collections are probably going to be the people that people listen to the most, and it's the same thing with crypto or, it's like the Dogecoin millionaire, like, it's like people are listening, right? Like, whereas there are tons of other people with probably the same mindset that picked all their ridiculous altcoins and got completely destroyed with the exact same logic, the exact same thinking, so it's.
Or simply got the timing wrong, right?
Sure.
Which is huge.
Sure. And then there are smart people doing it. Smart's not the right word, but they're aware people doing it of how markets work who are like, can explain like, here's the risk assessment I made and here's how lucky I got versus how skilled I might be. And I can try and like, no one really knows, but you can try and present that as much as possible. Versus I think, people who might have an air of sort of like invincibility or like Nostradamus about anything, that's what always makes me cringe is just the Nostradamus vibe of, because they got, a couple things right, or they made a lot of money in a short period, or, and I always go back to, the most successful, richest people in the world, often, particularly investors are some of the most like, I can't predict the future type people out there. It's way too complicated for me. I do the best I possibly can. It's, very nuanced, right? These types of things. So
I think the tough thing is like, so I know like your father's a financial advisor. My mom is a very successful, very, very successful financial advisor. So they're peers, and the access to hear the true opinions of people who have been successful in that space are not accessible to the average person. Like you just get like some Yoo-hoo private equity hedge fund guy on CNBC talking the market one way or the other, but people have seen that he's successful or wealthy or whatever. And like, that's all they get. Right. And you don't see like the people who, to your exact point, like my mom always says, I did the math on it. Right. And I think you said something like that earlier today, right? Like the smartest people do the risk assessment, do the math, and then they execute yes or no. Right. Like in a tempered way. Right. And it's the same thing where people who it's always I wish I had put more into that investment, but like, or I wish I had put less. Right. But that all is like factored into that risk assessment, figuring out magnitude.
That's that stupid human part of you that you have to silence when you're an investing robot. It's like you get used to that. Like the more you do it, the more you get used to your own inner voice of like, you should have done. There's always, no matter what the market does, you should have bought more, you should have sold more. It's the reality.
Yeah.
And so really trying to focus on what's next. Right? What am I doing next?
Yeah, my friends and I talk about that a lot. It's like the idea of like when I started buying crypto, if I had been putting $1,000 into coins instead of tens or hundreds, right? Life would be very different. But like it was a risk assessment, right? And you can't think like that. And it's the same with, not the same, but with Pokemon, right? Like everyone's like, man, I wish I had just like kept a first edition base booster box. And I'm like, but you can't. So like, why are we having this? Like figure out how you can have the edge for what's next, whether it's investing in asset, investing in a traditional investment, investing in yourself in some way, in a business. Like, you have to look forward and learn from those past things. And that's, I think, the biggest thing that people in this hobby could do more is start to learn more from mistakes that they made and mistakes we made, instead of like dwelling on them, because it's like really easy to do that and just get sucked into the past.
Yeah, and expect mistakes, right? You're building mistakes into your model, like, you know. And I even, like, when I'm speaking, right, like part of why it's hard for me to be confident on things is how much I doubt myself. Like, I doubt myself a decent percentage, like every single thing I think and say. And on the one hand, that can be maddening as a human being, to not just be like, I know things, and like go through life with a sort of like, I'm the definition of health, and like, and strength, and ethics, and, you know, all these types of things. But it's like, life just like has beat me down enough to the point where, you know, to be honest with you, it's much more realistic in my opinion, to go through life in sort of a probability sort of way, you know, probability of how much you're right, probability of how much you know things, you know, and there, that's where like the humility comes, right? Of just sort of like, you know, it's like, I'm doing the best I can. I care. I'm, you know, working at this very sincerely. But yeah, it gets, it's definitely a process. So do either of you guys think that, with prices today, are there items that you feel like, okay, I only have enough money, and this is just purely, let's just purely talk about investing. So I'm not flipping this item. I'm holding this item. Do you think that there are items today that out there that you feel are really good investments and worth the potential risk, that you can put money in it, that the upside is potentially there? That, let's say you had, I want you to answer it with, you have $50,000, you have $10,000, and you have $1,000. Let's do something like that, you know, to start to formulate it, because obviously those are very different amounts of money, different areas of the market you might be looking. But do you think that there are items that sort of fit that you're putting this money in before you're putting it into traditional stocks or something, or something else?
Simple answers, I think, for 99.9% of people, no. And that's without knowing anyone's given financial situation, but just based on the averages and most people's in this sphere, right? Their financial situations. No, I don't. I do not think that looking at a alternative investment or a collectibles asset class prior to traditional investments is the better choice ever for most people. Asterisk, not financial advice, and subtitle.
Do you think there are any people who should, I'm just asking your opinion. Yeah. I mean,
because
there's no answer to this. It's just interesting to.
Yeah, no, I think they're.
Do you think if
the risk doesn't matter, right? Because the risk is irrelevant to them, or no, like those sums of money or those probabilities of loss would not negatively affect their situation, right? So that has to do with current wealth, that has to do with cash flow, that has to do with overall financial situation. But yeah, sure, there's certainly people who you know, maybe who could withstand it. It doesn't mean that it's better on a risk adjusted or absolute basis, bless you. But I do think there are people who that fits the bill for, sure.
Like, you know, like I'm thinking, rather than answering it like, you know, like it's sort of like they have enough money in other things, or they have enough money to take that risk. Like, let's take Charlie Herlocker, who I think we all can agree knows this market extremely well, particularly like promos, and he has like just systems. He's not necessarily like, he's doing definitely investing, but he's also doing a lot of just like flipping and reselling and other things. But like, should he put $5,000 in the Pokemon market, or 5,000, his only $5,000 to invest, or $5,000 if he can't sell or flip anything for 5 years, but he gets to pick anything he wants to put that
probably the traditional investments, because he's built enough wealth where now he needs to diversify, right? Because
no, I'm saying he only has $5,000. We're taking away his money
with his knowledge. Oh, okay.
It's just his knowledge. We're taking Charlie Verlocker's knowledge. We're giving him $5,000, and he can't flip.
I still say no.
No.
I still say no, because the risk of loss then actually does matter. And even the edge to pick the right item at the right time doesn't necessarily outweigh the downside risk. Now, any given Sunday, there's a eBay auction ending at 3 a.m. that someone missed, and you put $1 in and it's a $100 item, sure. But again, we're talking long-term hold, right? Not just any given day.
Yeah. What do you think, Northwoods?
I can't think of any that I'm with Rock. There's no items that I could see. If that was all the money I had, that was all you had, there is nothing, especially in Pokemon or any TCG or collectible market, that I could see putting that to. There's a lot better places you could do risk assessment and put that $5,000 and be successful, $50,000 or $10,000 outside of collectibles. I mean, even myself, I tell all my listeners, this is not a primary investment situation. This is not even a secondary. This should be like you've got some extra spending money on the side. And even if you're only left with this much money, I'm going to be definitely looking at my standard investment portfolios first, or for myself, typically it ends up going partially back to my business. I mean, because once again, I'm running 2 businesses on the side of this channel. So a lot of my investment money goes back into those to create more asset value inside of those businesses. So there's no way, if I only had that kind of money left, to be going into TCG.
Yeah, it's the same answer for me if I have to hold it for 5 years, because I have no idea what the Pokemon market looks like in 5 years from now. That's the key, right? And so even if I'm buying things at like, now if a lot comes up that is just so insane, like I'm buying like a $5,000 lot that like a current market value is $100,000. I mean, like the odds of finding a lot like that. But like if I'm getting a lot for if I'm putting $5,000 in right now and I'm buying under market, like realistically, like the fit, like an absolute home run would be like 40 to 50%. It's too risky for me. That it will not, that it could, after shipping fees, everything, shipping's not going to matter that much at those prices, but fees, taxes. I'm concerned that after 5 years that scares me, as the only investment, as the only thing that I'm making. Now, if I'm allowed to flip or resell immediately, my answer is going to be very different. But then you're doing a whole different thing. You're not doing sort of this longer term investing. You're doing arbitrage. You're finding those inefficiencies. You're day trading. You're taking advantage of that. Do I think people should day trade and flip and take and do this sort of thing? If this is your only money and you have no other job, my answer is also going to be no. No, even if you're Charlie. So that's also where like, but if you have other income and you're trying this and it's your side hustle, or you have nice savings and you can like afford to do this for a while, or you're in like Dan's situation where like his wife makes enough to like pay the bills, and he's already made so much in Pokemon that it's like he's invested so much in traditional investments. He's in such a great position to try to just full-time be a reseller and flipper. Like, so, and why I say this is like, even if your knowledge and your skill is freaking amazing, I don't trust the market. Like, I don't think that any of us are smart enough or more powerful than the market to be able to, like, if something bad happens, but again, to be fair, like if you invest 5,000 in the stock market, like you're not going to be able to live on that money. So it's a little unfair. My second comparison to say that like, you're not bringing, like you're doomed either way. and you do have a better chance to take that $5,000, put it into Pokemon, flip it a bunch, and somehow support yourself with that. That would be very, very difficult with that amount of money. But again, it's and the truth is, and this is something we don't talk about, is like, investments are risky. Picking individual stocks are risky. As you move down the ladder into index funds, into treasury bonds, as you move sort of down the ladder, of risk, or just keeping cash, like there's downside and there are problems with all of these things. And there's issues, and you have to be prepared for losses, whether that's going to come from lack of opportunity, where it's just going to stagnate in a bank, your cash, or get hit from inflation, to real estate, to real estate market, correcting, and or weather, or things destroying your house or destroying your property, or things you're not expecting to go wrong that cost you more on your property, to companies coming out with surprising, anywhere from surprising scandals to terrible, to more expected, usual, just somewhat underperformance or broader market underperformance. There's just so many factors that you just have to, there's no safe answer completely.
No. Well, there's no such thing as safety. There's only degrees of risk. Right. Mm-hmm. And so to be candid, so that people understand where I'm coming from, my history is that, so I'm no longer in the financial services industry, but I worked with uber wealthy entrepreneurs, celebrities, athletes, from blue collar construction guys to NBA basketball players, right? And I managed, my firm was a couple billion in assets that we invested for clients. I oversaw with my partner probably $1 billion, and I was making active investment decisions within a parameter there, right? Most of those people became wealthy the way they were by taking their skill set and making a very concentrated bet, right? On themselves, on their business, on their skill set, right? And so I think people lose sight of the stock market and traditional investment markets and diversified portfolios. They certainly build wealth, but more importantly, they keep people wealthy, right? So concentrated bets and cash flow can make people tremendously wealthy. Diversified, value-oriented portfolios keep people wealthy, right? So I actually think, people talk about diversification, right? So I actually think for young people, not being as diversified, meaning mostly owning traditional long equities, is the best thing, because you're creating and allowing compounding to create long-term returns for you. But I think what most people forget is it is really hard to make a binary bet with enough magnitude to then see the return profile that then creates that uber amount of wealth, right? Having $100,000 of Pokemon vintage product pre-boom, buying Bitcoin at $100 and putting $1 million, $500,000 into it, whatever, even $10,000 into it, right? The starting a business and not taking pay and owning all equity in that business and having an IPO for $1 billion and you owning 40% of it, right? These things are these concentrated bets are what create a lot of wealth in society. And I think everyone wants to chase that dragon, right? Everyone wants that thing that's going to 1000x for them, right? And because of the low barrier to entry to all these different ways to invest and do entrepreneurship and all these things, that's why I have to say no when you ask me that question about this, largely because I just do not think that I think that there's such a myriad of better places for people to put their money, and that they don't understand that it's it's happened. It's already happened. There's such an infinitesimal probability of any type of return profile, like we saw from early 2020 to the peak in whatever, maybe early 2021, late 2020, ever occurring again, and you ever getting ahead of it in the market where we sit today, right? Even if you went and funded an entire Kickstarter, right? And then cashed out on it afterwards, right? Something that succeeded, right? You might, but like, I don't know what I'm trying to say, or what I'm trying to say is we all want to make those binary super leveraged bets. And I just don't think for like most people that's ever going to be a way that you move beyond your current situation, because it's so much luck and it is so asymmetric to the downside from a risk standpoint.
Yeah, and it's inevitable that more of them will happen. But what?
But where? Yeah.
Yeah, it's like they're constantly going to happen all over the place, and then there's also the question of like, do influencers, are there people pulling the strings, moving these markets, pushing things to happen, and how much in this world of kind of social media and fame and power, and connection, that actually allows, in some ways, it allows for a lot more debate and a lot more difference, but it also allows for a lot more hive minding and narratives to kind of be spread much, much easier by, powerful, corporations and powerful figures. And,
it's allows concentrated groups to have the highest returns in any given area, right? It's just manipulation. I mean, this is the most opaque, inefficient, manipulated, like it's actually hilarious. And if you don't think that out there and you're trying to do this in investment, like you missed like one of the most important things to start with, is that like there's so much more behind the scenes and that's in everything, right? In most things, right?
Everything.
But yeah, I just don't think that, could you see the returns in another TCG or something like that? Maybe, but doubtful. And the reason I say that is because like it's just like with and I hate but it's easy to make these comparisons with traditional investments. Like there's something to be said for momentum, but when there's a ton of eyes on something and a lot of people flowing into it, the probability of you somehow being the person that like gets it more right than the next guy and makes that life-changing return on it is so low because there's so many eyes on it. It's to our point, 20 minutes ago, go find the next thing, right? Outside of this area, right? Because if it just like, I don't know, it hurts my soul a little bit. Like people just want to kid themselves. They're like, oh, but I didn't miss it yet. And I'm like, well, like, you kind of did because it happened by accident. Like it was a black swan luck event, right? And so not to say you can't make a ton of money churning in this hobby, because you certainly can, but that's more business in my opinion.
And the one thing is that like I like to really talk about it in Pokemon in general is that you don't use money that you need. It's expendable money. You bring it in if you want to put something away for a long period of time. And the other part is that I really do talk about is like the business aspect of it. If you really want to do this and be successful in the long term, you need to try and remove the amount of money you have sitting in your closet some way, somehow. So whether you use short-term sales to take that item, so you buy, 5 cases of battle styles and you sell 4 of them when the market goes up just enough, or where you're keeping that actual setting amount of money at a bare minimum, you're reducing that exposure, reducing that risk. So let's say in 10 years, Battle Styles goes to $100 instead of 70, but you really have 0 inside the closet. You still end up moving up in the positive direction just because of the way that you positioned yourself when you're doing it. It is investment in Pokemon difficult? Yes, you're waiting on an event. You're waiting for a catalyst like we saw in 2020 for it to happen again. Now, is that going to be in 5 years or 4 years now when we hit the 30th anniversary? Is there going to be enough of something Pokemon's doing to keep this thing moving? The other thing you got to look at too is if this TCG or any TCG can keep things driving forward. They got to continue to be successful. They have to continue to put out good sets. They have to continue to make a good anime show or a movie or something to bring people continually into this hobby. So as a primary investment, it's never a good idea. And I never would say it is. But on the other hand, if you're smart and you actually do minimize your risks, reduce that exposures, there is opportunities that you can wait on it, just like Jake with the back full of booster boxes and stuff. I mean, if they're sitting there for a long period of time, but you don't have a lot of money hinging on that stuff sitting there, there's always opportunity. And it's sometimes worth that risk or opportunity. And once again, you can go back to the risk reward thought process on this. When maybe the next boom's twice as big because our kids are now old enough to remember this. And all of a sudden they have expendable money. And now we've just doubled the potential of the next influencer or next catalyst to take it off. So it's just something to also consider, is that there's some things we could set this off again 10, 15, 20 years down the road.
I also think booms can look very different from one another. So for example, the next boom could be in a very specific top 5% of the hobby could boom.
Yep.
Because there's a super ultra rich sort of boom where all of a sudden there's like, you know, a ton of money. Yeah. Or 5x or 10x, you know, certain ones, you know, and even, you know, cards that are $1,000 could 10x to 10,000 to 12,000. Like, and the reason I don't think it's infinitesimally small for something like that to happen is because the amount of those that exist today just aren't that high in the pop reports or in terms of the amount that were distributed, that I just think that it's reasonable to imagine that happening. But what are the odds that that's going to happen? Is it worth
The risk.
you know, putting your money into that primarily because you think that's a better investment than you putting it in an index fund and hoping that every, you know, 7 years or whatever, it's going to double and then compound over time? You know, again, I think that the idea that everyone that it's talked out there that if you put your money in like an S&P 500 index, it will double every 7 years for sure, is also wrong, to be completely honest with you. And you might disagree because
I agree with that.
because it's kind of like, I think it's said because people don't want to scare people from traditional investments. But the reality is, like, China could take over the reserved currency. Like, we could have a humongous shift, economic global shift in the next 30, 40, 50 years in this country, where this country is not the primary, you know, you just don't know in life. And just because something has existed or done something even for 100 years, you don't know if that's going to be consistent for the next 100 years or the next 50 years. Now, again, I'm going to be more optimistic or positive or sure on that than I am on something that has been 1 year of something. You know, it's amazing. It is amazing. And I try to, we're so quick. It's an amazing thing about human beings, but it's also a very dangerous thing about us human beings, is that we are so quick to adapt. And it's this amazing, we have this amazing adapting quality, but we also forget. It's like 2008 never happened. You know, 1999 never happened. It's like I feel like the 90% burst that happened like 4 months ago, or not 4 months ago, but like, you know, happened 4 months and then 9 months ago, you know, some sort of combination over that time. I feel like already some people forgot, you know, in terms of their attitude. You know, it's and it's okay to, like, you have to get used to that discomfort, that, like, you know, in my opinion, and sort of like understanding that it's limited. And, you know, the other good news is, like, diversify yourself, have a lot of different streams, hopefully, of income, have a lot of different safety nets. And then also, like, you only need so much money. You only need, you know, trying to figure out really, like, how much do you know, set a budget, how much do you really live on? Try to get some financial peace, because you really understand how much you really need to make. That'll give you have a lot of buffer room probably when you look at it and you think about it in the long term, right? It doesn't, you know, and you know, try not to freak yourself out, you know, and then get a hug from someone, you know, because I mean, this stuff can be scary, you know, and I'm scared, you know, I mean, you know, I'm not really scared, but that's too strong. But I feel, you know, and have always felt, and I guess I've gotten fairly used to just feeling unsure, you know, unsure about things, you know, unsure about where the economy is going to go next. And
I've never been more freaked out than spending 8 years every day going into the financial services industry and looking at markets.
yeah.
And the economy overlaid over that and geopolitics. Like a little bit of fear is kind of good. It keeps you honest most of the time.
Yeah, and be a student of history, and remember just how quickly we adapt, how quickly, think about how quickly people adapted to the new prices. There was like a resistance period, and then now, you adapt to sort of like, this is just what Pokemon's worth, and Pokemon will always be worth this, But again, there's a wide range of possibilities. And I don't like, there are plenty of reasons to be bullish. And I've talked about them on my channel. Like, the demographics, the fact that this is such a huge franchise. And I believe that before all this boom, we were way closer to like, this was a collectible that was just waiting to freaking pop and explode and blow up in a lot of ways. And it just took a ton of crazy timing around it. But just understanding like what this really is, like what you're really, from my perspective, and everyone, and it's yeah. What's up, PK?
Now it's a party.
One of the best things you said is,
what's up, guys?
People got to be okay with like understanding that they're going to quite candidly sit in a certain spectrum of financial situation for the majority of their life, right? Like there's a high probability of you earning X and being in this wealth bracket and being able to do these things, and then just making the best with that situation around the edges and always trying to progress it slowly. And if you get the opportunity to make some sort of significant binary bet that you think is going to lead to you being able to kind of shift that spectrum, and I'm talking more like on your work and your skill set and those things, not like any passive investment, what have you, then make the calculation and go for it, right? I mean, that's what I'm trying to do right now. I walked away from a ride off into the sunset career, and I work at a startup now, and like it's just risk, right? But
happiness is very important, and being able to be creative. It's a huge calculation when we think about job, and money is just not the only calculation. So
yeah. So when you start a business or go to a startup, you really do understand the risk part of that thing. Go ahead, PK.
No, that's fine. I just kind of curious where everybody's at. So with this topic, because I think I'm just going to go with what Squeak said the other day. So Squeak's put up a great point in the last live we had, Jake. What Squeak's pretty much said is you can be on either side of this argument, and let's talk about invested in vintage. So if people are pro vintage, I'll just be against vintage this conversation. If everybody is, against vintage, I'll be pro vintage. I spent a lot of time thinking about what Squeak said, and he's right. Like there's so many nuances to this conversation that there's no right or wrong answer. And, right before I joined this live, and, I'm good friends with Connor, me and him went down to a Leonhardt Pop Shop together. Me and him are buddies. But one of the great points he put up was when he talked about, like, if you had a time machine, you could go back in time and buy Bitcoin, something like that. Let's say you go back to 2009 and say, you know what, 2009, I had $10,000 saved up in the bank. What if I bought $10,000 worth of Bitcoin? And the truth of that argument is you would have single-handedly made Bitcoin non-existent, meaning Bitcoin would have been worthless. Because if you went back to 2009 and owned 100% of all the Bitcoin, there's no market. You need sales of Bitcoin from 2009 all the way to the present. You need sale after sale, and for the price of Bitcoin to actually mean something. Everybody looks back on like that famous Bitcoin pizza purchase where somebody bought like a Papa John's pizza for like 10,000 Bitcoin and it's worth like however hundreds of millions of dollars now. Well, guess what? Why is that purchase important? Because that was the first ever purchase of Bitcoin to make it actually valuable. Because before then, Bitcoin was worthless. That guy actually took something that was worthless and made it worth the value of a pizza. Now, if you were to go back and buy $10,000, you now own all the market. There's no trades, there's no Silk Road, there's no nothing. Bitcoin becomes meaningless at this point. You've single-handedly gone back and did the most ultimate butterfly effect ever. You've changed markets, you've changed the world economy. And it's the same thing with Pokemon. If you go back in time to 2000 or 1999, and you start buying up all this first edition stuff and you say, you know what? I'm just going to do the Gary King Pokemon and corner the market on all this stuff. Well, guess what? You would inadvertently be causing this entire Pokemon market, the history, the organic growth of products to cease. You would inadvertently hurt this hobby more than you could ever imagine if you could go back in time and start buying up stuff. And one of the things Squeaks also talked about in your last lives, and it's one of the things I also agree with, and 100% before he said it, it's one of the most organic price increases for any booster box that we could think about is Skyridge. Because when you go back years, you can go back a long time, and at least you could go back as far as I was possibly able to find out. Every Skyridge booster box that's sold for more than the previous sale. It's so much harder to find a price of a Skyridge booster box that sold for less than the previous sale than to find one that sold for more, meaning they all sold for more. So that's an organic booster box price. But you need that over time to create true, strong price points for a ton of products. And the same thing like Bitcoin and Pokemon. Pokemon, what gives us this beautiful thing and what led into 2016 and what led into 2020 and what led into the absolute mania we saw was a lot of organic buying prices, which helped create and establish this market. Without what Jake was doing in 2016, without what I was doing, what Connor was doing, without those sort of buying pressures starting to create this market. Because don't get me wrong, there was some products in the history of Pokemon that I was the highest purchase price ever for that product. Now, I've talked about this before. History has been very forgiving to anyone in this hobby who ever made a stupid choice pre-2020. You made a stupid choice pre-2020, you were well rewarded. But before then, you might have found yourself on the very highest end of the price that product ever sold for. But if we weren't out there doing that, this market, as it stands today, doesn't exist. So when I talk about investing in vintage, investing in modern, you need to have this conversation. You need to talk about the history of this hobby. So that's just what I want to talk about, what Connor was saying about Bitcoin and talking about like everybody wishes they could go back in time and buy all this stuff. Well, guess what? If you went back in time and bought all this stuff, you might kill the market. If you could somehow go back in time and buy up every Snap card and Trophy Kangaskhan and Illustrator Pikachu and Grand Party and number 1 through 3 Pikas because you were able to offer $3,000 when everybody else is willing to offer $1,000. Guess what? You might have killed the organic history and price trajectory of that card by accident. So,
well, markets and prices can get established in a number of different ways. Definitely one of them is just no influencers, but you have some sort of place like eBay or some sort of marketplace where people, buy and sell things. And then and then that information is stored somewhere, distributed somewhere. People see the prices going up and down. People have conversations, people haggle, people try to, say, well, it just sold for this. I think it should be this. And, that's how deals are sort of made on those comps or those conversations. Then you have what's called sort of like similar comps. So for example, there are lots of cards that never have to sell, but if a kind of similar card sells, like this card hasn't sold during the boom, but this other card that's kind of similar has sold and has gone up quite a bit, or I think the hobby's gone up a lot. So now even though this card's never really been sold or priced up, it's now selling for much more, even though it never laddered. Then you also have you can have shill bidding. You can have a manipulated bid. You can have one person come in and buy just one huge price point. I mean, you can have and I just said shill and manipulated. I don't mean this in the next thing I'm about to say, but look at what Logan Paul and Logic did with the Charizard, right? Humongous public, highest ever sales that then laddered that first edition PSA 10 Charizard up. What did Logic buy it at 120,000 or something? which at the time was crazy. That was a humongously high sale. Like he had paid the highest ever. And then, a few months later, as Logan's buying up the first edition booster boxes and all these types of things, now all of a sudden it's 250, 300. And then I think it peaked at 400K. There were a couple sales at around 400K or something like that,
Well, and Jakey, when you say that, you're 100% right. And I've talked about this in some of my videos in the past, is the manipulation of this market is about as Pokemon as you can get. And people don't like to hear that, but that's the truth. And one of the hardest things to do, but one of the most important things to do that anybody out there in this hobby could do, is start to navigate this market. And I think that's what channels like yours, why you're so beneficial, because you're doing everything you can for people out there to help them navigate the market. And when you think about navigating the Pokemon market, shill bidding, market manipulation is at the forefront of that.
They were some of my first 30 videos were on market manipulation.
Yeah. And you cannot just write a book about that. You could write an encyclopedia collection on the market manipulation that is Pokemon, but that's where you almost come across this very, very fine imaginary line of what was market manipulation potentially once in the past, which has now somehow in this very weird way became truth. It became the new market. And it's and I find myself doing that all the time, where I go back in time and I'm like, here's an example of market manipulation. And people are like, yeah, it doesn't matter though anymore, because you're pointing to something 6 years ago and look at every sale after. And it's like, sometimes market manipulation in Pokemon works at a high level.
Well, for sure, but it's part of the history. And so there's different risk reward in it. Like when an item is owned by those really, frankly, them buying those items and staking their reputation publicly on those items is going to make them continue to talk really great about those items for many years, probably, unless they flip them or sell them. So there's actually them owning that items is much better than a nobody random person probably owning that item.
100%,
who is going to be able to show it, talk about it, put it around his neck, walk it out on WrestleMania, have everyone talk, right? So sometimes it's better to go after, those items are going to do better. Now there's also though the danger of those items getting quickly overinflated. And if there are a lot of those items, who else is going to buy them? How many people can afford them? Right. So when you have items that sort of slowly build over time and mostly collectors who can really afford them, those are items that are probably going to be more solid in terms of a floor, more likely, less huge, house of cards type situation underneath. But do not underestimate the connection between these influencers, the businesses. But I would hesitate. There's a very thin line between smart business and smart marketing and whatever manipulation is. And you can get easy into tinfoil hat land around how evil and how can, and they're trying to steal and take from the poor and give to the rich. It's rough. I mean, it's a fine line and I don't have the answers, but not talking about it at all is ridiculous to me. Not acknowledging, the extremes are ridiculous to me. I always go back to that. The pretending that this isn't happening in front of our eyes. I remember, some huge influencers in the hobby saying that people who talk about manipulation are the scum of the earth or the scum of the hobby, these types of things. And I remember hearing that and being like, what the, excuse my language, but that is such, if you say that shill bidding and no market manipulation happens and and marketing doesn't have an impact and none of those things exist or they're so insignificant that they don't matter, and then couch it as that's pokey positivity, being positive, it really creates an unfortunate, because there's a fertile ground for reasonable, rational people to discuss it in a positive way that helps people. There's that middle ground. And one thing I have seen is because maybe not enough people on the top have talked about it in a helpful way, I've seen some get a little crazy out there with the conspiracies and it go kind of toxic and negative. I will say I've seen a lot of toxic, negative comments, people saying, like Leonhardt is out to get whoever, whatever, like against all these content creators that I read, and I'm like, okay, like, no, I'm not that. I'm also not team that. Like,
No,
I'm
there's definitely that absolute extreme, right? But I think you could even talk about it on just the most barest of bone ends. And then this is where you get into this weird argument of, is what they're doing just good business, or is it market manipulation? Just thinking about, and you know more than anybody, Jake, how many of, especially like some of these Black Star promos, some of these promos that actually exist that a lot of people are sitting on, and they're grading them very slowly, and they're just trickling them into the market here and there because they got very lucky. They happen to acquire their positions, or in some cases, their bricks of cards at certain points in this hobby, and they're slowly grading those cards because they know they don't want to kill their own market. So that is even on a very, very low end, because I would think like promos is about, especially Black Star promos, things that were widely given out. But again, this now where it kind of goes more to the condition rarity and stuff like that. When people are slowly trickling stuff out like that, this is where you get that gray line of, is what they're doing really good business because they're not killing their own market because they own such a huge supply of it, or are they actually market manipulating it?
So what comes into my mind is like, are we playing a game or not? If you and I are all playing a poker game, and am I showing you my cards, or is that going to make that just completely, is that going to ruin the fun, ruin the enjoyment, ruin the competitiveness, right? So is Rusty going to show us exactly what he's doing, exactly what he's selling, and exactly how much of everything he's had, or he's some bad boogeyman? Is Charlie going to show,
It's not about good or bad.
Or are they going to give some hints and some teaching to kind of make it a little bit more fair, but not so much that they're completely showing their complete hand and all of that they've worked on and all that sort of thing? And that, for me, there's that middle ground, of like, and everyone has to kind of figure that out for themselves. But that's where I'm at with it, and I use that poker analogy, that game analogy, because it's like, I think it makes sense for that. I mean, I think, but again, it goes back to like how, like, and then it goes back to that personal responsibility out there. It's like, if people are really spending themselves so much into credit, so much into debt on these types of things, just are so extremely bullish on all of this stuff, like, there's probably, that's on nobody except for that, or very few people, at a certain extent. Once we've all said so many warnings, we've had so many conversations about it. What I mean? It's like, at a certain point, it's like, you do you, and we'll see what happens.
But on the total opposite end of that spectrum too, because I think you used a great analogy, the poker analogy, right? But what is one of the really good things you could do in poker too? And this is still kind of market manipulation in a way, is one of the great strategies for Pokemon, for poker, is knowing when to bluff too. And I think that there are a lot of people out there in this hobby who, a lot of people are like, you know what? I think that guy has a lot of expedition booster boxes, or I think that guy has a lot of, I think that guy's sitting on like a bunch of pre-release Cofables. I swear I've heard it from somebody who heard it from somebody that this guy's sitting, and that's the guy. And every time people ask, and I'm like, you know what? You got to be careful about that card, because I think this guy has a bunch because I heard it from somebody else. Now, that is a part of poker too, right? Is that bluff game. Now, this is where this is going on the highest end of Pokemon. Like some of the stuff we're going to be talking about when you're talking about bluffing Pokemon positions and trying to manipulate markets by bluffing, like this is probably on the highest of ends. And you have to fucking be, excuse me, I'm sorry, Jake, I didn't mean to swear. But you need to be on this crazy high end to now start bluffing positions in the most obscure of obscure. But now you could potentially know that other people think you have something that you might not have it. So then by you having this knowledge that they think you have something, you can then manipulate the market even further. Guys, Pokemon, so from anybody looking from this hobby from the outside, and the 120 people watching this video, these are the people in the know of the hobby. But everybody else out there, they wouldn't even think to talk about your poker analogy and be like, how many people out there are bluffing positions? And it might be high, especially when one of the things you talk about, Jake, I know Dan Catchmall Collectibles in here. One of the things we talk about all the time is how many booster boxes do we think actually exist on the market? and we go, well, we know this guy, I know this guy, I know this guy has 10, this guy has 5, let's add them all up. Well, what if they don't have that? Or what if our numbers are even 50% off? You've now killed the market by 50% because we accidentally thought one guy owned 20 when in fact he owned 10. When you talk on the highest of highest events, and Gem Mint Pokemon, I don't know if he's in this chat right now. I mean, he's part of more conspiracy theories than anybody could wrap their head around of what he might own, or SM Pratt and these guys. Like, what does Scott really own? No one knows. No, and the people
They're
that do know
conspiracy theories. I've heard everything from still has
Exactly.
everything. He's sold everything. To he has nothing left, and everything is just consignment. I mean, you hear
the most drastic ends of that spectrum.
You hear the whole range.
And the best part is
it goes all over the place,
and then be manipulation too, right? Like all these people saying, well, like Squeak said, there's warehouses still of, you know, vintage unlimited booster boxes, Jungle Fossil. I tend to lean towards that way, that there's a high amount of them, high magnitude. But what if there's just not, and people are just saying that so that they can sell modern more? So people start investing in vintage and they start investing in modern. Like, it's just like, you can go down the rabbit hole with the tinfoil hat, man. I mean, oh my God.
I know. Oh, go ahead, North.
I was just going to say, yeah, there's so many different theories you hear, and you look at all the things that, how do you separate them? There's no way to actually go through unless you were to go into everyone's house. You know, let's go break SM Pratt's door down or PokeRev's door down and go do a head count of booster boxes or stuff that they have. But, you know, how would you suggest digging through this to make a stable, secure market, though? I mean, all we do is all call each other's bluffs and speculate on who has what and how much is out there. But at the end of the day,
these are my last 3 cards. Like,
gone.
I'm getting out. No.
I'm done. I'm out.
You know,
yeah, but I mean, you know, of course, right? Like, you know,
but that's part of Pokemon investing, right, Jake? Especially when you're talking about vintage, maybe on the high end, you know.
Yeah,
you have to have these conversations. I mean, there's cards I own 5 of in PSA 10s, and there's 40 of them that exist. When you think about, I have 5 and there's 40, it's like, what percentage of a, you know, something you could own that high of a percentage in your life, where people talk about it on a daily basis? It's like, holy crap, I'm owning. Like, when you think of percentage wise and how many people want that, and I'm just like, oh my God, this doesn't even like comprehend. Like, if you were to equate that, and I know one thing you hate, but a lot of people have been doing it recently, is equating that to the stock market or stuff. It's like, oh, well, if I own X amount of percentage of this company, it's like, holy crap. Like, This market is one of the scariest markets if you really think about it, because you don't really know anything. And especially I think that's like the big argument, or maybe not the argument, but the big worry about when people talk about graded cards. But it's the same thing when I talk about modern and people are like, modern's investable. I'm like, listen, you think you're like 5 sealed cases of some modern booster box is a decent position? Like, you don't even know. You don't even know what some people are holding. I walked into people's warehouses to try to get interviews from them, and I've never seen so much product stacked to the ceiling before in my lives. So I don't know.
Yeah. Well, all that's unprecedented. I mean, I like my slabs because I have the pop reports, you know, and it gives me some indication. And just, I have 7 years now of just searching for all of these things all over the world all the time. So, you know, it's like, that gives me some sense. But again, just going back to what we talked about before, I certainly don't know anything. You know,
what happens when, you know, we don't know who like the real whales are on any given item in a hobby, right? So let's say, I mean, it's silly hypotheticals, but it's like some grandma has a brick of some card, some promo in her attic, and she dies, and her kids find them a year from now when PSA grading is $10 a card. And it's like, or someone's got a big collection like that they came into in the last year or found, or what, like those things still happen. we can only know the point in time. We can't know the future supply of those pops. Like I largely agree, but we still can't know. And then again, it comes down to, like we've seen it happen, right? What happens when a pop 1 card goes pop 2, right? Like with the Bandai Charizard, like things like that.
The argument I try to make to people around this sort of stuff is that you have people like Gary who are going to be these super outliers. Like he's what comes to my mind. Someone who's been in it for a really long time, had access to a ton of sealed product and the best sealed product right from the beginning, had lots of connections, right? You know,
it all fell off a boat though. It all fell off.
And had a lot of money and was older and actually able to buy all this stuff from the beginning. Okay. So, but I don't think there are too many, you know, there's E Birdman, right? There's like, there's some people, there's some names that float around. Most of this hobby, in my opinion, is not very wealthy. And that includes the biggest whales. Okay. And the amount of gain and the financial gain that's happened in this past like couple of years is basically life-changing for 100% of people who own the Pokemon cards. Mm-hmm. And that includes like the people who own, not the huge businesses, not maybe like a Dave and, you know, Adams Car World has tons of product or, you know, these types of things, but like everyone else. I mean, even people
right? I mean, it's, even if you have built wealth, it's like money fell out of the sky.
There were probably a few people who had $5 million-ish type collections, you know, $5 to $10 million that went to 20 to 25 to 30. That's completely different. Those are two completely different sums. And if you're afraid that it's going to go back down to 5 million or 4 million and you don't have any other, you know, these are not people who own they don't have huge mega incomes. So they're dependent on actually selling these things to actually make money. It's hard to imagine that they wouldn't sell, or a decent amount of it would sell. Now here's the other point though. What if they have bricks? Like what if they have tons of these? Like what if some of these guys have a lot of like extra copy trophy cards that they haven't graded, that they're just keeping waiting, you know, they're going to slowly grade in a really, really long time as they slowly sell them out. What about, you know, any sort of WotC, you know, product, stacks and stacks of it? It feels we're getting into like, it's just very, very unlikely because one, these guys would have to be, in my opinion, just huge douchebags, to be completely honest with you, because particularly if they came out and talked positively about how great these were investments and all sorts of things, and, you know, have like very public facing things and have been like telling people that this stuff is great for years, while meanwhile they know that they're just selling into it constantly and making all that money. It's possible that there are some guys that are like that. It is possible. Two, the patience and the lack of like the fact that it went up like this is probably so unlikely. They probably sold a lot of that stuff years before. And even if they had those bricks and a lot of that stuff, they may have sold a bunch of that before now and before all of that happened. You know, so those are two reasons why I think it's unlikely that there's a ton of that. And just the amount, like the fact that I've been in this hobby, I have a bunch of friends with really super huge collections who have been friends with all these people from the beginning, you know, and I just trust these people. They've told me a bunch of things. I've helped them make $1 million financial decisions over the past like couple of years of their lives, you know, like it feels a little bit unlikely that they're just these
highly unlikely, Jake.
Huge troves.
I think the more likely like issue that I think people have to be cognizant of when it comes to like whether we talk about manipulation or how things change with influencers is when the top end of the market, meaning the highest price items, are bought and go into the hands of influencers and people who can showcase them, it drags up and we saw it, right? This is no news anyway. It drags up the rest of the hobby in mass, right? But then if that highest, you know, 0.001% of the wealthiest person buys a $500,000 card and it goes to 250 and they get cut in half, you know, maybe in the scheme of things with their wealth, that doesn't matter. But if people are just dumping into a collectible that they love or seeing as investment, it affects them way more when the rest of that market shifts down that way too, right? But it's still just going to stay in the hands of the guy up there, right? Maybe I didn't explain that the best way, but it's basically that the top heavy portion of the market with the most expensive items, because of the type of buyers it has, and then the subsequent price movements from there. Like let's say trophy cards 10x, right? Like in like 10 years from now, right? And then the rest of the market gets dragged up and we just see the same damn thing happen again, right? Where maybe those sit or go down 10% and the rest of the market cools back off 50%. You end up getting screwed again. Like that's exactly the issue we just had, really.
No, Connor, I think you're right. But the only thing you have to keep in mind is I think what you're talking about is the people that could take the biggest percent losses are the people that bought recently, those influencers and the people that have recently acquired positions in those cards. I think the big caveat to that, or at least something we have to at least think about or talk about, is what about every single person out there who got in a couple years ago and still owns that card? What is their price point in relative to the new influencer that bought that card yesterday for, their price point for some people can be so drastically lower opposed to the new people that are now manipulating that card and pumping that card up, that the price differences in entry points can be so drastic. That always makes me nervous, because for this person that bought into, so let's say a Charizard first edition, like a super hype card that everyone knows about. Like, who did that Charizard $420,000 sale go through? I don't know. Let's just say it did. Well, whoever bought that card looks at that card at 420. What about the other guy that got into that card for $5,000 or $10,000 a couple years back? Now, what I always get nervous is the people that have the most lowest of entry points. When they do at some point decide to liquidate, they could easily lowball the market, because they're like, you know what? I'm just going to fire sale this stuff because I bought it for $10,000. I'm going to get $200,000 for it.
That's why
200,000 could destroy that market.
No, I'm going to give a reverse point.
Sure.
They must probably really love it if they didn't sell it at that 10,000.
And I say the same thing about base set booster boxes at $30,000 when they hit that peak. I always to this day said I thought that $30,000 base set booster boxes would have shook out every single booster box out of every single person's collection that I know. They would have shook them out. I mean, Basic Trainer's in this chat right now. Basic Trainer has a first edition, or sorry, not a first edition, has an unlimited base set booster box. I think he spent $800 for it. You're telling me a $30,000 booster box couldn't shake away his booster box or his base set booster box he spent $800 for? It's like, what price is it going to take?
Yeah,
you're still fighting nostalgia at that point, though, too. People, even like Basic, and a lot of people bought those boxes with the nostalgia intent that they wanted it for their personal being. And what price is it? Like I said, like I told my wife, everything is for sale in my collection, but it's going to be a heck of a price to get some of it out of here. I mean, everything for sale. It's just 30,000 wasn't enough to shake it out yet.
I think I think where this is a much bigger problem is in, just broadly speaking, the graded card market, because there's plenty of businesses who are churning, who like Charlie, like Black Card X, right? Like I'll watch them list stuff. And and I talk about this with a lot of people, I've said it many times before, like, because the cost basis is so low, the card was $1, the grading was $7. The margin is amazing for their business. If they sell that for 25, that is like, until all that low basis supply gets flushed out, you're never going to be protected on the higher part of the market as the average person buying something on the market, because there's a long way to go before you can stop getting undercut, not by people fire selling because they need liquidity, but simply because the margin is good enough for them to, make their nut as a business. That's something I worry about, because we're still seeing that. I mean, I don't know what these guys have, whether, now, especially like with CGC, like what kind of partnerships they have with them and how low of a grading cost they're paying them in mass. Like guys like Going Twice, I think about them all the time.
Sure.
Like Now they're like, we would like to buy everything and anything tops you have, right? And I'm curious, like, what are they paying with CGC or GMA back when they were doing it to grade that card? Like nothing, like even compared to the normal person, right? So that I worry about a lot is people think they're getting a good deal, but they don't realize the guy on the other end is also making their margin. And maybe that makes the hobby work, and maybe it perpetuates.
That would be great.
That would be great.
The problem is when one person says, I'm your friend, this is a great investment, and they don't actually believe that, or it's a bunch of BS, and really, it's a business, they're making their margin, and they don't care. Like they don't think, maybe they think it's stupid or it's a bad, it's these. Now, if you're like, but most of this stuff is great because it's just entertainment. Like most of that stuff, it's people are making money off entertaining people. And who am I to say what should entertain you? You want to gamble on that stuff and enjoy that stuff and enjoy being in there. I enjoy that stuff to some degree. Like I get it to some degree, but it's, it just goes back to that seller. But, I do think that one interesting thing that can happen, going back to just what we were talking about before, just briefly, is that you see this sort of like when prices soared. I had lots and lots of conversations with long-term collectors who had no plans to sell, basically saying, this is life-changing money, Jake. This is, what should I do? Right? Should I sell this now? Should I wait? Do you think it could go even higher? All these types of things. And of course I would always say the same thing. I'm not a financial advisor. I would always say, these are friends of mine, right? So, I would always give them my opinion, which was basically something like, we're in a crazy period right now. The market could continue to double, could continue to soar. We don't know where the high point is, but I think a lot of this buying pressure and investing pressure is coming from a lot of just unskilled, unknowledgeable. There's a lot of FOMO. There's lots of signs of a bubble. Like you should sell into this at some point. Like you need to pick a point where you are going to sell into this, and probably it should be today, to be completely honest, even though that's painful. But, think about it, reflect on it. But like there's probably needs to be a point where you sell into this type of momentum, because there is going to be a top to it. And generally when that top happens, it might already be too late in the liquidity, and it could plunge, like it could collapse. But it's this very sort of thing. So people will decide like, yes, I want to sell, but then when do I sell? And then some people, they still want to sell, but they held on over the cliff. And now they're not willing to sell at these lower prices, but they're willing to sell now much lower than they were at one point, even though they still love the cards, but because psychologically the whole thing is shifted. The whole perspective is shifted. Now we're not on a rocket ship up anymore. Now we're like, if I could just get a little bit back of what I potentially theoretically lost. And that's where that whole thing shifts, right, PK, where it's like, now their thinking is not, I bought this for 800 and I could sell it for 15,000. Now the thinking is, I bought it at 800. I could have sold it at 30,000 and I didn't. And honestly, and I'm not saying this is basic, but someone out there, honestly, I wish I did. I should have. And I didn't, because I was hoping it would keep going up, really, at the end of the day. And now that it's collapsed all the way back down, I have this weird sort of mix of nostalgia, connection to it, plus all this money I missed out on, which is keeping it in my collection for now. But if there are no buyers for that, eventually that item will likely be sold, probably, particularly if the person needs the money. But it may take a long time. And this is where that bull trap in markets can come in, where there's this period where like enough people are just frustrated that they didn't sell at the height. They still want to sell, but they're waiting for it to go up a little bit more. You have bullish people who see, okay, the market has flatlined and has stayed in a good price range for the past 3-4 months, like right now. And now I'm going to start buying again. And then as soon as they start buying, you could see people starting to sell to even and flatten that back out. I don't know if that's going to happen, but my point in illustrating all of that, look how complicated this stuff is, and look how many narratives and how, like, you're playing chess, right? You're like, well, they're thinking this, and then they're thinking this, and they could think this. And that's part of what I'm getting at in all of this, is that even someone who thinks about this a lot can maybe play some of that chess back and forth in their mind. It's still risk, speculation. You're guessing about why people are doing what they're doing. And you just, taking all that into account as I'm making content for people, and then my own sort of purchases.
And you're right. It is that check or that checkers versus chess versus 3D chess type thing. And there's so many levels to this and so many nuances. And that's why people always like, and that's why I always hate the question.
Ooh, I think we lost you, PK.
He's frozen time.
He's frozen.
Oh, you're back.
Oh, he's back.
You're back. We lost you.
I don't know where you lost me, but
Go again.
but
Again.
I always laugh. Like the one question a lot of people ask a lot is like, what's the one product you would invest in, and the one card you would invest in? And just like Jake just mentioned, there's so many nuances to all this. You would literally have to sit that person down and say, how much time in the day or the week do you have to me to explain all this stuff to you? Because it's such a complicated question. And I don't think there is ever a right or wrong answer for any of this. Whether it's, let's talk about investing in vintage, let's talk about investing in semi-modern, modern, anything. And, one of the things I've talked about on my channel more than anything else is I personally, when it comes to vintage, have where I like to park my money. Then for modern, I've talked about it a million times, is for modern, I don't think it's about the sets anymore. I think it's about the products within the sets. And to sit down and talk about all this stuff every time, it's next to impossible. I mean, that's why Jake could have lives that will go on for 3+ hours. And you need to watch the one before, and the one before, and the one before, and you need to watch the other 100+ hours worth of lives to even get a decent grasp
every minute, because nothing's ever repeated, and it's all every title. Every single moment. No.
That's the scary thing too about this hobby, is you do find yourself repeated stuff, but this is the dangerous things about something like this, and I've talked about it too, like on my channel and doing lives, is if you watch enough of the lives, you will eventually understand where that person is investing or where that person is parking their money, because it's just going to show eventually. Like, you could only hide your positions for so long. Does that make sense? Like, you could only say, you could only give so many clues and hints and like, ooh, piece of candy, ooh, piece of candy, ooh, piece of candy, until eventually somebody's going to wind up and be like, oh, so this is where you were buying, it's just, so it's like this crazy nuance. I don't know.
Mason has a question or a point. Can we speak about how little of the market any of this convo even relates to? The average Pokemon fan / collector doesn't care about the direction of the market. So my response to that is, I disagree when we're talking about cards that are over, $500 to $1,000 or expensive booster boxes. I think the majority of those people are thinking about this in some capacity, some sort of investment at this point in the hobby. I think this hobby, there's a lot of like investor collectors in the space, particularly with those higher end items. When you're talking about like $100 to $200 items, you're probably getting a mix. When you're talking about like $50 to $100, you're still getting a mix. When you're talking about like $1 to $5 cards, you're still going to get a mix, but it's going to be vast majority, probably not even at all into this. That's how I'd quickly respond to that. And I think even like sealed modern and all this sort of stuff, there's plenty of people investing in that. And particularly the people keeping it sealed versus the people opening who don't care about this stuff. So I think that these markets are highly, when we're talking about items worth many thousands of dollars, they're highly built up of people who are aware and understand the value and are interested in the value to some degree.
It's super important to talk about those prices too, because right now, Jake, you got 133 people watching this live. There is 121 Charizard first edition in a PSA 10. 121. You got 133 people watching this.
Everybody gets a Charizard. Thanks, PK.
Yeah, this is an
under your seat right now.
This video.
How many times have we talked about 1,000
likes?
How many times do we talk about that card? Because you need to talk about the high end to give an example for the rest of the hobby. Like, you have to talk about these big sales, and it's almost that trickle down effect to everybody else.
I thought about giving away something crazy once on the channel, just once.
I could give away something right now. You want to go get an 8.5 energy? I got a stack.
You got some signed 8.5 energies from the great PK.
I think that
Bricks of energies. We gotta do a good giveaway. Bricks of energies.
energies. I think that most adults in the hobby who buy items and have the internet are like cognizant of prices, or not necessarily prices, like the market, like what's kind of happened. Like, yes, we see new entrants every day, which I actually think I think it's cool that we have to repeat ourselves all the time, because that means there's new people coming in asking questions that have never found it before, right? But I think that the majority of the hobby, yeah, probably, because the majority of this hobby is probably kids, right? As from an IP as a whole, right? It's probably mostly kids, right? But for like this part of the hobby, right? Maybe I think that it is pretty relevant, just because people start to think about this more and more. And there's so much exposure given what's happened, even in just pop culture media. I mean, I got guys at my office who never know anything about Pokemon asking about Logan Paul, like it's just more and more people it's relevant to.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But it's way more than anyone thinks about it, even if they're involved in this part, right? I mean, we are the psychos of this portion of the hobby when it comes to the level of thought we're putting into this stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, there are videos with 250,000, 500,000 that are like top 5 invest in, things to invest in, like on YouTube. Yeah. Right. And that's just the people who watch YouTube and who happen to get the algorithm across that video. So, I mean, it's a massive amounts of people, at least at the height, and I'm sure still now, who have some sort of thought or some sort of interest in the financials of like, what should I buy? Just as you said, Rock, it's not like that they may not have the depth. I mean, part of this, we just love markets and finance and talking about the stuff. Like, it's Pokemon is an excuse to talk about just markets. We just love markets, and we love games, right? And that's what the vast majority of people love. And we also love Pokemon cards, so it's a great vehicle to talk about both. But there's a ton of people doing this right now, I think, and still doing it and still interested, at all various levels. And, of course, you're going to have a lot of people in your store, Mason, who are just there at the end of the day. They just want to like open up something fun, and they don't care, they barely care about the value, or only a tiny bit, does it have a Charizard in there or something? Or, is there anything cool in there? But, that there's maybe a little bit of interest in the finances there to like, I'm mapping out every single move and I'll never, but like, honestly, those people, right, they're not going to be going to like LGS stores to buy booster boxes at higher than they could, if they're really trying to maximize all the finances in the market. And,
I'm most curious how, like, because Mason said something about how kids aren't buying PSA 10 Umbreon VMAX slabs. Totally agree. Yeah. And I always think about so much like how kids are going to collect in the future, how that's going to change. Like, is it going to be slabs instead of binders? Are kids still going to like, I mean, most kids I know collect Pokemon, they're just everywhere on the floor and then in a box, right? But like, does that shift eventually to be more like that type of collectible?
Connor, I wish Jake could find somebody, because I would be interested in this interview if he could find the person that was buying that card at $800 and just have him on this channel, and don't be disrespectful or anything. Just talk to him and be like, can you explain to me why you bought that card? And I wish we had more of those perspectives, because maybe he would give us an example. We'd be like, oh, this guy's been right the whole time. But
so to counter with that, I just actually, Basic Trader and I did a live last night, and this came up. I sold 30 boxes of Evolving Skies at $178 to $180. I sent a message to each one of them because I was curious how many of them boxes are being opened and how many of those boxes I sold are being kept. Who took that at $180 as an investment opportunity in Evolving Skies? And how many people just bought it for the chase card? That out of those 30, what percentage is sitting on a shelf somewhere versus actually being opened and used?
I think the answer is one, that's too many. If you found one person, that was too many.
I'm gonna guess,
and that's a death of the hobby right there.
I'm gonna guess 5%.
I know.
I'm gonna guess 5%.
I was thinking like 2 to 5%, right in that range.
Yeah,
are gonna hold them.
I'd say 33%, probably 10 out of those 30 were thinking about it.
Yeah. And that's what scares me is if they were thinking with a modern set at $180, with everybody out there talking reprint at any moment on this, that they bought that as an investment opportunity at $180. That's not good.
I just saw a modern video out there with some guy who talks mostly about sports. Someone sent it to me saying, and it said it's guaranteed money. It's the best thing you could possibly buy. It'd be stupid not to buy it. Like literally just made all of those comments. And it was just like, okay, random guy, like who didn't even know like the cards in the set. Like, it's just crazy. Like, but whatever, and that's where the degrees of all of this, I mean, we can be hard on people in the Pokemon space, but there's nothing that bad. Nobody makes videos like that in the Pokemon space. So,
but that's where I'm really curious. So I really want to know, I have an opportunity. I have a good sample size to see at $178 to $180. Who's opening these? Who's making this? What's, and if I do get those, I might ask them. If they say yes, I might ask them why they think at $180 that was a good investment. Just,
so interesting.
It'd be interesting. It'd be a good case study with 30 boost boxes to see what happened with them at that price and what the thought process was of the person actually decided to, if it is 33, 10 of them decided to put this thing on a shelf at that price instead of waiting for the reprint to come through.
I mean, if the reprint is really small,
it may not matter.
They could shoot up to 250. No problem. I mean, that's the type of world we're in with these boxes and how many people are buying them. It's demand. So we can't sit here and say you cannot make definitive statements. But the point is that the thinking around it, the guarantees, I know what's going to happen. I know how much is going to be reprinted. I know it's good at 180 versus 120 versus 140 versus 160. And that's where it gets into where are you getting your inside info, and then how's it going to do long-term, it's a whole other discussion. We talked a lot about that last night, but and then what's the thinking? Like if you're buying that at 180 and you're cool, if it's 6 at 180 or goes up to 250 and it's just cool to own some Pokemon and you saw like one of your favorite YouTubers say this was cool and you like it, no harm. Right. And I do, part of why I'm much chiller on this topic than I used to be is I was getting messages from people who were like spending their college tuition on credit cards and all sorts of things during the mania on these types of plays. So you have to understand that the mania was real for people who are new to the hobby or like don't believe that stuff was happening. Like, I don't know how many people, like what percentage of people were actually doing that. Probably a very small percentage, but we're still talking about probably hundreds of people, or many hundreds of people. And they were consuming this content like directly, from 30-year-olds. These guys are like 17, 18, 21, 24 and taking action on it,
Hey, Jake, I appreciate you having me on your channel. I do have to go though. I sent you a message just to explain why I got to go, but I do appreciate you guys having me on and appreciate talking to both you and you, Andy, and Connor, and for everybody else on the chat. I appreciate it.
See you, PK.
Thanks, PK.
Catch you guys later.
See ya, man. Yeah, I think PK has a live coming up too.
Yeah, I was gonna say he's got it with Danny Phantom at 9:30 here.
That'll be nice. Yeah, I mean, we could I could keep going honestly, but we could also wind down and go watch that and show our support type of thing. I know we have 135 people over here, and I know we share some of the same audience, but good to support each other.
You want to do one more question quick because we got 10 minutes before his starts. Wind down with one last. Yeah,
why don't we go until then? We could even probably go let's do 20 more minutes just to give a little bit of time if people want to ask questions. And you guys, my chat really isn't working well. So if you guys see anything you want, pick them out. Whatever looks good to you. And we'll go for another 20 and then we'll call it a night. And I should do some work anyway. And I'll throw PK's live in the background. That's my plan.
Feel you there.
Yeah, you know you're going to be on that chat. Come on, Jake.
That'll be interesting. Yeah. No, I enjoyed talking to Danny when I had Danny on. Hopefully I'll have him on again at some point. I wanted to do I wanted to have him and Mason on once and do like some deep live dive on like the differences of their business models and their experiences and why they do what they do. And I think it'd be interesting at some point. So we'll see. Yeah, he didn't. Yeah, exactly, Jen. He has a live in 10 minutes, but didn't want to poach the audience, which I appreciate. And I will do his work for him.
Yeah, PK keeps it real. I really enjoy his content. Been around since the meme days. Love those videos, but his lives have been awesome lately. I've not been as good at hopping into lives lately, but I get to listen to the playbacks when I can, and they're awesome.
And I know, I mean, it takes effort to, you know, reach out to people and bring on guests and all that sort of stuff. So definitely should show him some support for and appreciation for just reaching out to people and scheduling and bringing on all these great guests. You know, and Andy too, you know, and you too, Connor, everyone, we all do that, you know, so you have your podcast too, Connor, which I was on, I forget exactly how long ago, but
that was we just did another episode, but that was like 2 months ago. We had a little hiatus. Things got wild, but we're back at it a little bit. So yeah. I'm having DNA's in the chat. I'm going on his channel. Then he's coming on our podcast. There's so many good people in this hobby. It's been just so much fun.
I like the conversations we've been having. It makes a lot of fun just to have these conversations and sit down and talk and get different perspectives from people. And you know, sometimes just hearing the different perspectives, maybe in even a group like 3 of us or 4 of us talking about these things, you sometimes look at it differently, even yourself, and you take something out of this, and you might adjust something that you're talking about, you're thinking, and it makes it better for everybody because they can all see these things changing and happening with us. Anyone hiring? Anybody hiring anybody right now? You want to go work with sheet metal? I got a job for you. Got to move to northern Wisconsin and got to be able to tolerate 30 below for about 3 weeks in a row. But
I can always use salespeople. DeGreen Shiz asked, what was the last vintage slab each of us purchased at actual market value with the sole purpose of hoping the price goes up? It's a funny question to think about.
I don't buy vintage slabs for them to go up. I buy vintage slabs I enjoy for my collection. So
yeah,
everything I've purchased has really just been because I want it.
Yeah.
What was the last vintage slab each of you purchased at actual market value? Oh, I mean, I can tell you, I purchased a lot. So I purchased $10,000 of gold stars, all PSA 10s, right before the boom. And I purchased it for value because I felt the prices going up on everything. I didn't think it was going to explode like it did, but I felt like these were going to be cards that would completely disappear, and the pops were so low, and I really wanted them. So I bought a bunch. I bought every single one that I could. I even went on E4, which I normally don't do, and purchased from some people more directly. And I tried to buy out as much as I possibly could. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the hard part about that question is at market, right? Like just buying willing.
I just bought at the price.
Yeah,
at the price. That's the last time I bought anything. Yeah, that wasn't like in a low auction or something.
Yeah.
And then trophy cards, but from people. But that's not what he asked, right? He asked Watsy.
Yeah.
No vintage slab. Yeah.
You just said vintage. Yeah.
Yeah. So there are some vintage slabs. There are some cards that I bought from people. At market price, even some not that expensive trophies, things like victory cups or victory medals, things like that, a little bit below market here and there, but just cards that I like, that I wanted, not too expensive.
I just did a trade at, I didn't haggle on the price at all. I just did it at market. I mean, do I think it's going to go up? I mean, yeah, compared to what? Probably, but that's also not fair because the thing I traded away, I felt was grossly overvalued. So really, I think about that from an arbitrage standpoint, but
yeah. But other than that, no. I mean, in terms of any set cards, everything's been under, or there have been some things that were slightly under. Like for a while, I was trying to buy some some WotC PSA 10 first edition hollows around maybe 8 months ago or 7 months ago or so, and I picked up I was only able to get 3, and I probably bought them at like 20% under what
There
the
were
current
couple 8.5s and 9.5s from CGC in the past year and a half, year-ish I've picked up, I guess, right?
Yeah, I bought a lot of those at market, even though I'm paying like
I think
I'm paying 150 or something for like a Snorlax, first edition 8.5 when the 9 is like $400 or something, or $300 to $400, so it's kind of like, I still view that as I view that the market is undervaluing that. And really there aren't enough of those to really know what the market for an 8.5 CGC first edition Snorlax is. I mean, I think there was one other that sold, and it sold quite a bit higher than the one that I bought, on PWC auction. So maybe I got it under market, but some of these sales, there just aren't enough sales to really know what market is, to really be able to answer that question.
And it's like, how do you say, is the market last sold? Is the market the average of the last 2, the last 5? Like it's always going to be kind of different. It's hard to say like what's fair, right? If it's less than anything else listed on the market, is that market or is that below market, right? So even if it's above what it sold last for, right? So
yeah. All right, let's take one last question, and then
I got one that Mason wants to hit, and I think it could be a good one. Good way for you guys, well, all 3 of us, because we've all sold many things now. It's a hard question for me. Never sold a single card. My collection is pretty big and can't really afford some of the big cards I miss. The question is, how do I convince myself to sell? Sometimes that can be an extremely hard for people when you get these cards to mentally sell them. So when you guys, what was your guys' thoughts on that? How did you mentally, when you first started out? I mean,
I first started selling. Part of it was, I'm sure Jake, you'll probably say something along these lines too, is that I thought I could get it back for cheaper later. So that's not really the best answer right now. That's what I think about a lot now, though. Like with modern cards, I think about like, if I have a PSA 9, PSA 10 equivalent, whatever, CGC slab, and it's something I really truly like a card I love. A lot of times I think about, will I potentially be able to get this back later, or just buy it raw later, right? And have in my collection a different way and enjoy it a different way, and recycle that money into something that's more meaningful to me, more rare, more unique. That's how I start to think about it a lot. Is that like replacement cost kind of thing, and what I relatively value more, right? What's really bringing me joy.
And typically when I look at this, when I first started out, when I was doing sets, I looked at it going exactly like you're saying. I've got cards that are less valuable, probably going to be less of a chase in the future. And as this set gets older, the prices tend to drop on these cards. But the chase cards, the ones that you really want for your set, and sometimes they're the ones that are harder to pull, are of course the ones that go up in value sometimes quicker, at least in what's happening now. Now, I know back in the day, you used to pretty much wait 2-3 years, and eventually it seems like all prices just continue to fall to a low point. But we don't know if that's going to continue, if it's going to go back to that, or if it's not. But my thought process is exactly like yours. I can go back for that card that's more common, easier to pull, easier to find, get the chase card that could go up in price or continue to accelerate away from me, and then come back and repurchase these cards on the bottom side when they're still lower than that chase card that I was trying to get originally.
So I mean, what comes to my mind, a lot of things come to my mind and I'm a little into therapist mode in my head right now. So, I mean, what we're talking about here is not a problem with rationality, right? we're not talking about someone who doesn't understand that if I sold this card, then I could probably buy something better, or cheaper. It's a connection to the items. There's probably some pain that's coming up for this person.
Mhm.
And where that pain is could be good to look at or explore. It's like, what is the painful part of it? Is it the fear of like, I've never done this before? Like, is selling the hard part, or is actually not having the card the hard part? Because a lot of times it can actually just be the selling. Like, it can be just doing something new that you've never done before can be the hard part. Now trying to get to the bottom of that is one thing. Now trying to figure out how to push yourself through that is a whole nother thing. And that's a personal, how do you motivate yourself to do something new, to do something hard? That's the human condition right there.
Yeah. He's blocked in a hoarder mentality, and that can be hard, right? Like the OCD, the completionist, the not wanting to let go. It's so emotional, right? There's so much.
Yeah. I mean, if you view that it's a really serious problem, I would definitely, look to get some professional help, someone who can actually like work with you personally. I think more generically, more on a more generic level, you can try to target or reduce the pain somehow by either rewarding yourself if you succeed, by putting some rewards in place if you succeed in doing it, or, picking out, trying to diminish the pain as much as possible. So picking out, spend one day picking out the card you're going to sell, then spend the next day listing the card you're going to sell, then spend the next day shipping the card. Another way could be selling to a friend can be easier, or someone or someone you're comfortable with. These are just all ideas off the top of my head, and none of them may work. One of them might work. That's what a lot of this stuff is a process of trial and error and trying to figure out what works for you. But, because if it's pain, like it's scary to sell to some random person I've never met, or it feels impersonal, I don't know what's going to happen. Selling to a friend in the hobby, a community member, someone you trust, could all be good options. So now another good option could be consigning it to someone so that they'll do the work for you, because it might be just too painful or too hard to do it yourself. And so sending it to Nick or Dan or TCA or Russ, or Rusty, or S and Pratt, or just one of these consignment services, Z&G Emporium, you can check their different rates. You can see if that feels worth it to you. Obviously, they're going to take a percentage, of that, and you may not be happy with the auction sale, so you do have to take that all into account. But sometimes it's best just to sell it and move on. And I think Swami put it in the chat, which I agree with, is sometimes the first one's the hardest, and then it can actually feel good, or it can feel relieving, and that might feel easier to then do it more. But
I think you're going to think about it way more than you think about it.
Yeah.
Once you rip the Band-Aid off, right? You start to realize, like, it's like how many of the items that you have can you actually appreciate on a daily to weekly basis when they're in such crazy volume, right? And I'm sure we all feel that, and that's hard, right? But yeah, once you start to move it, you realize, the hard part is there's always going to be something else, right? There's always going to be something else you want. There's always going to be collecting. The difference between collecting and like hoarding is that collecting is a journey of buying, selling, trading, experiencing different items in the hobby and relationships versus just trying to accumulate, right? Because at the end of the day, it's just things, right? It's more about how, like, it's cool to be able to have taken part in owning a piece of Pokemon history, for example, for a short period of time, and trying to shift the perspective on why you own the item and how you enjoy it, and like what's really bringing you joy out of having it. Is it, and Jake, you talk about this sometime, like is it just about like the buy? Like a lot of times we'll buy something because like the buy and getting the deal and chasing the item is more fun than owning the actual item. And when you start to put that in perspective, it helps you let go of certain items, I think, easier.
Yeah, I work with a lot. I run addiction groups and work a lot with addiction, and that's exactly right. It's the way that I would think about it, and I put it very similarly, to how you put it, but to put maybe a little bit of a finer point on it. Asking yourself, like, if you move yourself towards, I am setting goals and I'm reaching those goals. And those goals, just as Connor said, those goals can be like specific sets I'm trying to complete or specific collection goals. It can also be like experience goals. Like I want to go to Collecticons and I want to meet certain people, or I want to go to Leonhardt's events, or I want to, whatever, like they can be a number of different things. And I want to do those things because they're good for me and they make me feel happy and they bring something positive in my life. That's very different than an addiction where it's like, I'm doing this thing because I'm numbing some sort of pain, or I can't stop doing this thing that I'm noticing is not good for me, and we're all in the state of addiction to some degree towards things. So addiction more casually can be thrown out for so many different things, and it's not, and I wouldn't panic. It's part of the human condition is to be in a state where we're not really setting goals. We're not really growing or moving forward. We're more in pain and searching for kind of comfort and stability. And so we cling to relationships and food and drugs and alcohol and technology and all sorts of things. And that is nothing to be ashamed of. You are in good company with the entire human race right there, but it's more of kind of like when you notice that, like, how do you, make some steps to kind of, and oftentimes it can be a broader, longer journey with a therapist around like, okay, maybe I'm doing this stuff because I don't have goals in my life. I'm not saying this at all to you individually, anyone out there, but just theoretically, it's like, maybe I wouldn't. Sometimes when we hyper focus on the hoarding or we hyper focus on the addiction, we're missing out on we can actually sometimes treat the addiction or treat some of this stuff by looking at what else is going on in a person's life. And maybe if I had a job or a relationship or a hobby or something else that was very meaningful, I actually would find myself not doing this or not having as much of a problem over here. So there are all sorts of ways of trying to attack these things or solve these things. And, you're in good company. Everyone has, these issues in one form or another. So in my opinion,
and reading the chat, with what he's been saying here, if you're concerned about for being a collector that you're ruining the purity if you start selling items, that's not exactly true, because it's a TCG, especially in Pokemon. It's a trading card game. We trade, we buy, we sell in order to create our battle decks, I can tell you personally, I've never pulled all the cards in my battle deck. It would just be ridiculous to try and do something like that, especially in modern. So we always need to buy trade just for the game itself. So if you start thinking about it as, you're not really being impure as a collector because you're selling things, because you use those items that you're selling to build your collection even more, especially if you have extras of cards, especially if you've got, there's no point a lot of times if you're trying to build a collection to have 70 of one of the V cards when you could be taking that and actually moving up to the next thing. So that's a good way to look at it. Is it's not really that you're being impure in the collection part of it. You're just using your collection to do what this was designed to do. Mm-hmm. This is what Pokemon's intention was all along, was to buy, trade with each other to build your collections.
Yeah. And I guess just to wrap things up, and then I'll give you guys, each just a moment, but I guess my last comment on this topic is, and, just speak a little personally, this period of COVID and the pandemic, I don't really understand what it's done to me personally. I don't know how one can try to figure that out while we're sort of like, near it or whatever, but it's been scary and destabilizing and strange and weird. And for me personally, and, I felt more of I felt all of those feelings my whole life to some extent, because that's, again, I think the human condition, but I think more so during this period. And I think a lot of people have had that experience. And so when that happens, you're going to want more control over your life, and you're going to seek to control things. And often when we seek to have hyper control, actually addictions can kind of come out of that, or more of a way of kind of numbing or dealing with that pain or that discomfort or that fear of change in your life. And, everyone here's at a different age has different, whether you're, changing careers or starting a career or starting a family or just starting relationships, like there's always this period, there's been a lot of things kind of put on hold or made kind of a little bit strange, or we've had to like adapt, in ways that we're maybe not used to. And I just think that during that type of stuff, it's natural and normal for everyone to kind of cling to things a little bit more. And that's also money, by the way, like making money. I know for me, making money and wanting to make money and the drive to make money is one of my number one ways of trying to feel safe. And control things that are not controllable. And so like I can become addicted to like care too much about money is one thing that can happen to me, or care too much about like growing my wealth and generational wealth so my family won't be like slaves to like whatever's going to happen out there and all the zombies come and like, like that's literally where I get to. And so I guess I think it just goes back to like just empathizing with people, right? And being there, having supportive communities, having understanding communities, and having people in your life who are supportive and helpful and patient. A lot of this stuff takes patience because there's a lot to process and figure out. There's a lot of emotions to kind of share, and there's going to be lots and lots of books and examinations and conversations about this time period and like what it's meant. And obviously there are probably people out there who are like, this period's been phenomenal and I'm, flourishing and I'm feeling wonderful. And I think that that's fantastic. So I certainly don't want to cast a sort of everyone has experienced this, these periods the same way. But from my experience, it's been maybe more, it's been hard for some, at least. Yeah. So, I don't know if you guys want to respond to that long note. If you do have anything to add, please do. I'll give you guys both the floor. I do want to say thank you both for coming on, hanging out. I'm sure I'll have you guys both again. As always, definitely go support both these guys. Wonderful guys, wonderful channels, community members. I'll put any sort of links, and please definitely shout out your whatever you'd like to shout out here, and I'll give you guys the floor before we all run over to PK's live for those who are still here.
You want to go first, Connor, or you want me to? He's frozen.
Oh, he froze.
But I would just like to. Oh, there he is.
I'm back. The internet kicked me off. It's unstable.
Well, I was just going to say, since I'm already talking, just thanks, Jake. Thanks for having us. Like I said, I enjoy these conversations. I think it's good. As I've said before, it's good to get different perspectives from different people. And, sometimes you can work through some of the discussions and some of the things that are going on from the different views that are happening right now. So, I mean, there's a lot of confusion. There's a lot of things that have changed now that this market's changing again. There's been a lot of questions. I know I've been getting with what's happening in the economy in general right now, especially in the United States. There's a lot of questions, a lot of things that people are starting to wonder with everything that's happening. So it's good to have these discussions. It's good for people to realize that, we do investment channels or speculating channels, or we're talking about market, what's going on, but that we do have a general consensus that, this isn't a primary market. This isn't a secondary market. This is your expendable money market, and make sure that you're covering yourself before you jump into the next investment or the next speculating in Pokemon. So,
yeah. Well, thanks both of you guys. Jake, thanks for having us on. Super appreciate it. I would say one thing for you guys, just to cap off what we talked about before, like, you're not alone out there. Realize that some of the hardest things you struggle with can create a lot of freedom on the back end. So we'll cling to control when life gets weird. But I found that I've gone through some stuff during this period, and it's created a lot of freedom on the back end, but it started with trying to cling, and then you start to realize what actually matters. So I think that's the best part about like how this community works now, is that like, yeah, it's all centered around like shiny cardboard, but we're all really deeply care about the relationships, and we get to have conversations far beyond just like the collectibles, right? We are like thinking deeper. People are asking questions that drive deeper at things they're experiencing. And just know like we're all we're here for y'all, and you have a great community here, and, you know, support each other. So thanks, guys. I really appreciate it. It's super fun. So go check out PK's live. Let's go.
Yeah, we're gonna head there.
Yep. Let's go head over and support him now.
Thank you both. And thank you all, you know, who's watching and commenting and asking questions. And we'll all see you again soon or in a second over at PK's live. All right.